if you are under the age of 30 or you're not black, you probably don't know what CPT is, colored people time, or black people time. I'm gonna say colored people time because I'm aware of several other brown folks who also do things late. Latinos, Filipinos, mm, Native Americans, uh, Africans, of course, Indians. So yeah, um, colored people time. So I apologize. And I have my water this time, so my throat will not be so froggy as it was yesterday. Apologies for my um, lack of uh, voice yesterday, but I had drank all my water right before the live, so I won't make that mistake this time. So because I'm late, I'm gonna get straight into it and preface what this is about. Uh, if you aren't aware of my channel, I'm Just A Contrarian. I talk on topics, from a non from a perspective where I like to look at stuff through my both through my personal experiences and through a more cold, rational approach, which can sometimes come off as contrarian to some people because I don't go with the consensus view unless there's reason to do so. Because often the consensus view is based on common knowledge, and common knowledge is usually wrong. So, with that out the way, the title of this is black. Um, a lot of black problems are due to intellectual disparity. Some people are not going to like this. I already know this. This is something I've touched upon in many separate videos, but this is the first time like I'm doing an exclusive a stream exclusively just on this alone, whereas I've glanced upon it on several other previous streams as well as videos where when I was talking with a friend or two about these, as well as in private discussions with friends. So I wanted to just do a full stream on it. Hopefully there will be people watching in the chat room. I'm checking right now on my on the back end to see if this is actually public so that everyone can see. So from what I can see, yeah, I am live and it's public for everyone to see. And again, the topic is a lot of black problems are due to intellectual disparity. This is going to hurt some people's feelings. Some people are going to call me all sorts of names. I don't care. I can fight. So, um, yeah. So the reason I'm getting to this because this is something with all the black YouTubers, the Red Pill, Black Manosphere, all the black talk shows, the podcasts. They always talk about problems in the black community, whether from a pro black perspective, pan Africanist perspective, a conservative perspective, liberal perspective, and most of them ignore this aspect of it because it's highly uncomfortable. So on the left is is highly well. or I would say on the right is uncomfortable for them to bring up because they know instantly they'll be dismissed as being racist and bigots. On the left is uncomfortable because they like to believe, a lot of people on the left believe in the blank slate theory. So they want to believe, in other words, that, people that there's not some underlying human nature, that people basically are a product purely of their upbringing and environment. And that's just not true. Um, so we're gonna go through it, and then every time the topic has been broached, has been approached. Excuse me. Like I said, those people have been instantly dismissed as bigots or whatever. They'll instantly look through that person's background to see if the person has ever said something racist, if their research has ever had any flaws in the past, to look for reasons to dismiss what the person is saying. Instead of dismissing the person's argument, they try to just use personal attacks or other forms of fallacies of irrelevance to go after the person because they can't go after the argument itself, which tends to be pretty strong, more or less, depending on the person, the research, and so forth. Um, and so when I'm talking about black problems, I'm talking about social problems in the black community. Um, you know, like I said, it's been talked about ad nauseum for the past 50 years about the problems in the black community with criminality, drug abuse, moral degeneracy, sexual promiscuity, and usually, you know, the the way these things are explained depend pretty much on how. Excuse me. Thank you to hello to everyone in the coming in the chat room. But yeah, usually when these problems are talked about, depending on, like I said, what political side you fall on, is talked about as far as just poverty. Like on the left, all of this is due to like poverty and systemic racism. On the right, it falls on, um, becomes a matter of personal responsibility and and values and stuff like that. And those are a part of it, to be sure, but they're not the whole story. Like I went into a whole thing of this a week or so ago when I was talking about some of the reasons why the black community is behind, is because we don't value discipline and higher education the way many other ethnic and religious minorities do. And so you'll definitely have people on the right, looking at like people like Thomas Sowell or that famous Chinese attorney from Harvard. I forgot her name, but she was really big 10 years ago because she wrote about tiger moms. If people remember that lady, she had her time in the spotlight now. I think she's been kind of quickly forgotten about. I think the term tiger mom is still in our collective. Um, it's now become a part of our common vernacular, talking about tiger parenting or tiger moms. But the woman who became famous talking about it is no one really, no one can even remember her anymore. I mean, I can't even remember her name. But she was big. I mean, she like I said, she had a time in spotlight. She was on shows like, you know, Bill Maher and all those, and other sorts, and did she did the whole talk show circuit for those couple of years, highlighting why um, East Asian kids are so much more successful. Uh, and she highlighted it in a lot of religious and ethnic minority groups. They you know have strong they value strict discipline and academic achievement. She also did mention though that usually 3 or 4 generations in these immigrant communities, which are either ethnic or religious minorities, tend to once they become successful, tend to become as mediocre as most middle Americans. But again, all of these things are aspects of it, and the thing this I've the uns the the unspoken thing that people don't want to mention, the Voldemort of all of this, the thing that should not be mentioned is intellectual disparities between racial groups. This is the thing. This is the Voldemort in social issues, and there's not enough research that goes into it because there's so much stigma surrounding it. But intellectual disparities amongst the different racial groups is the Voldemort when it comes to many of the issues, social issues, not just in the black community, but generally in the general population. But I'm sticking here specifically to the black population. Then we can tread into other areas as well. But we're going to stick with the black community here because that's what I know. Um, so yes, there again, Thomas O does make the good point that you know is the lack that that we that the black community doesn't hold as virtue strict discipline and academic achievement, and it goes back to our roots in the American South, where basically took on the culture we basically took on the culture of cracker culture, which again were a bunch of people out of the United Kingdom, as well as Scotland and Ireland. They came and settled in the American South and were some unruly, degenerate people, and we took on their culture, which is now what is now called ghetto culture. Um, so that is part of it. Then yes, part of it is also poverty. You can't ignore that. You can't ignore poverty. The problem with that is, again, you have other ethnic groups coming from other parts of the world where they were just as impoverished, if not incredibly more so than Black Americans, and still not only survived but thrived because of their differences that they have. You can talk about systemic racism. That, yes, that plays a part, but systemic racism gets messy because it's how you quantify it. Because you can it can become a crutch where everything is due to systemic racism, and on the other hand, you can say nothing is due to systemic racism. It's a problem with that. Um, so what do we do about that, right? Um, then personal responsibility, pulling yourself by your bootstraps sort of thing. That kind of gets back into the cultural values thing, as well as the whole strict discipline and all of that. Um, but I'm going to get into what is, I think, the unspoken thing that is still which poses the biggest challenge in making changes in the black community, as well as in other similar, in other groups with similar problems. Intellectual disparity. There's a lot of intellectual disparity within the black community. And this was highlighted recently when uh, that that little moron from Dipset, from the rap group The Diplomats, otherwise known as Dipset, Dipset. But Jules Santana was recently on some podcast on Revolt. The entertainment company formerly owned by your boy Diddy. uh, I think he sold off all his shares of Revolt. Anyway, he was on some podcast on Revolt talking about black people don't need to read, they need mathematics, which just sounds stupid. And why would you listen to anyone who's a fucking rapper anyway? Not and yeah, I'm gonna say if rappers are stupid, I'm not gonna even sugarcoat this. I can say yes. I know someone's gonna bring up people like, yeah, well, David Banner has a master's degree. Yes, he he he's the exception. He's the exception that proves the rule. Most rappers are stupid, and like I said, even the ones who are educated hide their education. You'd be surprised that there are several very well educated rappers, but you wouldn't know because they have to hide it because it's not good for their image that they're educated. Who do you want me to give examples? People like Lil Jon, Yin Yang Twins. There was a group most people wouldn't know about now, but Das FX. Um, I think they came from my big sister's alma mater, Virginia State. Hey Agatha, what's up? Happy Thanksgiving as well. Um, so like I say, even amongst rappers, is so because it's so uncommon to be well educated within that group. The ones who are tend to hide it. Like I said, David Banner was the only one I know who kind of openly spoke about his education, that he had a master's, because it goes against the image, right? Uh, but yeah, Jules Santana was just wrong. Like, it doesn't even make sense to say you don't need to know how to read. You need to know how to do math. You need to know how to do. You need you need to know how to read to do mathematics. I get it. I mean, I get the point he was trying to make. His what he was trying to say is that he thought that mathematical ability is more important than verbal ability. F- f- you know, for people who are just who are trying to make money. It's still stupid. Either way, it's still stupid. And again, it's just utterly wrong because to do mathematics, you need to know how to read. Written language, writing was invented in ancient Samaria for the purposes of bookkeeping. So writing was literally invented for the purposes of bookkeeping in ancient Samaria. which I think the type of written language they invented was cuneiform, if I'm not incorrect, if I'm not mistaken. And then I think ancient China they invented paper, so they also invented writing as well, independently of Sumeria, but much later. Sumeria was the first human civilization, where we had reading and writing, which makes sense because also in that region, in Babylon, we get the first book ever written, the Epic of Gilgamesh. Not to mention, just I believe 3 to 5 years ago, they just found uh, new verses from the Epic of Gilgamesh. I thought I thought they had discovered the entire book already, but apparently that's not the case. There's still more parts of the story to be discovered, if 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 ever. But the first book was written in Babylon, and writing was invented in ancient Sumeria. And why was that writing used? Originally was for the purposes of bookkeeping, which involves what? Math. So this is why you should not take the only thing you should listen to a rapper about is how to become a rapper or become famous. That's about it. Or how to be a thug, even though half of them aren't even really thugs. They're just a bunch of suburban kids pretending. Well, anyway, that's a topic for a different day. But yeah, a lot of those rappers are on some CB4 type shit. If you don't know what CB4 is, do yourself a favor and watch it. It's hilarious. Starring Chris Rock. Yeah. A lot of rappers today are definitely on that CB4 tip, which is a bunch of suburban guys who pretend to be hood. Anywho, so this is what triggered me thinking about this topic because again, I've broached the topic many times in different discussions, whether on my streams, in private conversations with friends, um, or in videos that I've done with one of my friends here on my channel. But went I never delved too far into it because it was always mixed in with other things. So I just wanted to concentrate particularly on this. So when I'm talking about intellectual disparity, I'm talking about general intelligence, which is measured by the IQ test. IQ stands for intellectual quotient. It's funny that people on the left hate um, IQ tests and stuff like that. They hate IQ tests and standardized testing in general because it shows racial disparities, not to mention disparities within social classes. So it's written off as being an artifice of a person's level of education. It has nothing to do with racial differences, nothing to do with um, differences in a person's success in life. And that's just boulder dash. The irony was, the irony is, the 70 years ago, maybe even as early as 60, between 70 60 years ago, the left liberals, they loved the IQ test. Why? Because in that when IQ tests rose into prominence in the first half of the 20th century, the IQ test proved that people from all walks of life um, can display high intellect. It, it 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 completely deflated the idea from centuries on that um, the nobles or the people who are high born, with the wealthy, whatever you want to call them, in whatever age, the nobles, the high born, the wealthy, the affluent, people of high socioeconomic status levels, that they were the only ones who could be successful and be of high intellect. the IQ test deflated. That it showed that, you know, that IQ scores were not dependent on you merely being from high society. Although there is still a connection, and I'm going to get into that as well. But again, for the first half of the 20th century, the IQ test was actually celebrated by the political left because it's shown that you know not only people who are affluent could be you know smart or mentally gifted. Um, where it made a downturn was around the time when scientific was because of where the IQ test took a left turn, no pun intended, was through scientific racism. Whether you're looking at phrenology, phrenology was this pseudoscience connected to psychology back in the late 19th and early 20th century, where people thought that you could understand a person's intellectual capacities by the shape of their skull and by the bumps, the different bumps in their head that mark the different regions of development in the brain. This was phrenology. Of course, phrenology did lead to um, lead to further development in neurobiology. Um, but because of things like phrenology quickly was used to show that you know people with African skulls were less intelligent, people with more European skulls were more intelligent, Asians were in between, natives were less. So it was like Western European was at the very top, of course, Northwestern European. um, then you had like people like Eastern European, Southern European, Central Asian, uh, Middle, Middle Eastern, East Asian, Native American. At the very bottom were Black and African, Black and African people, based on phrenology. So that was definitely a pseudoscience, and that was definitely scientific racism. And there were other related things, going, looking into eugenics and stuff like that. I don't want to go into all of that right now. I want to keep this on intelligence and race. So we're not going to go into eugenics here, but obviously that has some crossover into this discussion. And one one of the psychologists in the late 60s who did a lot of research on this, unfortunately, was labeled a racist at the time. Again, this is the late 60s. So this is the time of the hippie boomers. Again, boomers were always fucking annoying. These hippie boomers and their parents, the silent generation, uh, they were like, oh well, this psychologist is a racist because he brought up how IQ was different amongst the races and showed how black people underperformed on the IQ test. His name was Arthur Jensen. He published a his research in the Harvard Educational Review, I believe in like 1969 or something like that. He was labeled a racist, although in his personal life he was not a racist. And his research was sound. He used pretty good research methodology. I mean, yes, you can nitpick the research, but you can literally do that for any research. You can nitpick any research. But because it showed that there was intellectual disparities in race, he was labeled a bigot and that he was promoting scientific racism. He had threats on his life, calls calls for him to be fired so that he could no longer work as a psychologist and all this sort of stuff. But it was wrong. He was not a racist, at least not to my knowledge. Now, I don't know him. I didn't know him personally. Never met him. um, but from what I learned back in when I was taking psychology, was the guy was not known to be to actually be racist. Could he have been? Sure, but the his research itself wasn't racist. Okay. Um, and he even pointed to the fact that more more work needs to be done here. And he said, like most psychologists who research this stuff, that there was an environmental component, but there was also an hereditary component. Now, people have been savaged for saying that IQ is partly hereditary, but it is. We know this for a fact now because of behavioral genetics. Genetics has shown that basically all psychological traits are partly heritable, meaning yes, it has something to do with your genetics. Not all, not like not all of it. Like most people who do behavioral research, focusing on different behavioral traits and stuff like that, have taken the approach of the interactionist framework. The interactionist framework says, all psychological traits are due to both um, genes and environment, or nature and nurture, but it's a matter of discovery. How much is nurture? How much of it is nature? That's what's to be. That's what needs to be discovered. Not whether it is nature or whether it is nurture, but how much of it is of each. And so a lot of work went into that with IQ and intelligence, and um, that is a whole subfield of psychology called psychometrics. And this sort of the stuff that they've discovered in psychometrics is not controversial within scientific psychology. It's only controversial to people who are not trained in those fields. Okay. Um, we know there's intellectual disparities amongst race, just like there's intellectual disparities amongst the different dog breeds, right? And all the dog breeds are one. Like all the dog breeds aren't even different species of dog. They're all the same species of dog. Like all the all the contemporary breeds of dog have basically evolved from two species of wolf. So basically, if there's disparities in intelligence amongst dog breeds, why wouldn't it be amongst different human racial populations? Like I said, as diverse as different dog breeds look, they're all the same species of domesticated dog, which were evolved from like two different species of wolf. And We see different, like, we know there's different intellectual capacities of dogs. We know that dogs like Saint Bernards and German Shepherds are very intelligent animals, whereas animals like poodles and Shih Tzus are kind of stupid. This is why German Shepherds are trained to as dogs for law enforcement, military, or security. Saint Bernards are used as rescue animals. Though no one trains poodles and Shih Tzus as rescue animals or as police canines because they're dumb. Not because they're small, but because they're dumb. They're cute, but they're dumb. Um, but yeah, amongst the different human populations, there's differences in intelligence, and probably that's partly to do for selection in their environment, which over the eons leads to there being a genetic component to it. Um, and so then so like I said, so one of the two things that people on the left will do is either like they're going to fall back onto blank slate theory, where the mind is a tabula rasa, a blank slate to be written upon through one's upbringing. So a person is intelligent based on how enriched their environment was as they were brought up, how good of a school they went to, and all that sort of stuff. That does account for about 5 or 10% of IQ. No, no, no. I'm sorry, sorry. Let me rephrase that. So, uh, one's education definitely will um, account for like 5 to 10 IQ points. Definitely. Uh, Childhood upbringing, mm, like if I'm talking about percentage wise, childhood upbringing only accounts for at best 5% of one's IQ score. 5%. We'll get into what the rest is. But as I was saying previously, behavioral genetics shows that all behavioral traits are partly hereditary, IQ being one of them. Um, we know that over 50% of IQ is due to um, heritability. The shocking thing is that when further research was done, we found out that the ratio of heritability goes up as you get older, up to 80%. Meaning, as you get older, yeah, 80% of your IQ is accounted for through your heritability, your ergo your parents. So if you're so my heart goes out to you if your parents are dumbasses. But hey, I don't have that problem. Um, what I will say is going back to race is that we know the average IQ of every major uh, eth- uh, ethnic group, ethno-racial group. So Ashkenazi Jews are at the very top, with an average IQ of about, I believe, I should look this up so I can get. I think it's about 105. Let me look that up for you guys. Oh, I hate this I hate this keyboard. Of course, people who are anti-Semitic are gonna come up with all sorts of things to say. Well, that's because such and such and such and such. I don't care about that. Um, I see. This is why I hate Microsoft Copilot. I prefer Google Gemini. So I'm gonna switch to Google. I'm using Microsoft Edge. That's the problem. On my desktop, my default browser is Microsoft Edge. I should probably switch it to my Firefox browser or Chrome. Or I think within the Microsoft Edge, I can make the Google search the default search engine instead of Microsoft Copilot or Bing. Well, Bing search engine, which uses their AI is called Copilot, whereas in Google the AI is called Gemini. Because Bing is okay, but clearly Google has the most powerful search engine. Of course, that was because they kind of you know, there's some fuckery to do so, but whatever. Oh no, I'm wrong. So no, so the average IQ of Ashkenazi Jews is 107, and if I want to give a range, that's like 107 to 115. So above average, they are the highest. Then the next highest are East Asians, and again, people who are got people who hate the success because I have friends who harbor some racist views on Asians and Jews, and to me, that's just black people who are envious. So the average IQ for East Asians is 105, and their range is 105 to 107. And again, so they're the second smartest group, and it reflects in both their academic and financial success. Because again, one of the things that people on the left are uncomfortable about is that IQ is a success. They want to deny that IQ is real, but it is a very good uh, predictive variable for academic and financial success. On top of that is a highly quantifiable and measurable trait. Well, I mean, well, it the IQ correlates to general intelligence, which is a a psychological trait that is measurable through IQ tests. And so people on the left have tried Adam, Adam from Adam ruins everything. He's such a douchebag. But anyway, he for all the time for all the stuff he used to do on his show, Adam ruins everything, which I used to like. He was so you can tell he really hated the IQ test because he did not give a fair description of IQ. Like he did up until like the 1930s, and then it just he conveniently just did not discuss the rest of how IQ developed since the 1920s and 1930s with the you know the Stanford Binet test. Uh, but yeah, let me just get into this again. So Ashkenazi Jews have the highest average IQ. East Asians have the second highest average IQ. Then everyone else pretty much falls somewhere in the middle, um, with Western Europeans, um, then Eastern and Southern Europeans, and um, Desi Indian people, and Middle Eastern, and Pacific Islander, and all that sort of Latino, and all that sort of stuff. At the very bottom, let's get straight to the chase, are black people. Average IQ at 85, which is a whole percentile and a half lower than the average IQ of 100. Average IQ sits at 100 on a normal distribution curve, which is marked as a bell curve, which I'm going to go into the book called The Bell Curve shortly. Um, 85, if someone's had an 85, they would be they would be they would be significantly below average intelligence, sitting at an 85, which is again 15 points below average IQ of 100. Usually so anyone below an IQ score of 85 is considered at borderline intellectual functioning, which used to be called borderline retarded, but it's no longer that's no longer a polite term to use. But the average IQ of black people is at 85. And it gets worse. That's for black people in America. If we're talking about sub-Saharan black Africans back in the motherland on the continent of Africa, the average IQ is 68. Yeah. Now again, I'm gonna give a range it seems more fair. So the when it comes to black people in America, like I said, the average IQ is about 85, but if you want to, but it can go that can range up to 91, which is still below average intelligence. Because that's still like a whole centile below 100. Um, with sub-Saharan Black Africans, like I said, the average IQ is 68, but that can go up to about, I believe, about 75, which still average IQ of 75 would still be considered borderline intellectual functioning or borderline retardation. So when you wonder why Africa is in the state that it is, you cannot dismiss the fact that these people have the lowest average IQ in the world. You cannot dismiss that. I know it's not, again, talking about intellectual disparity is the Voldemort of of social issues. You're not supposed to mention that a lot of people aren't successful in their lives just because they aren't that bright, but you cannot dismiss it. And we need more research into this. The problem is every time people do uh, go into that line of research, is automatically dismissed as racist, and that it's promoting scientific racism. So people are discouraged from going into that line of research. That's why such scant research on it. The last time a huge body of work was done was the book that I just mentioned earlier, The Bell Curve, by Charles Murray and Richard J. Herrnstein. Richard J. Herrnstein's, died, I believe, several decades ago. Charles Murray is still alive, I believe. One was a libertarian, the other one was a staunch conservative. Both, on the right, of course. But the funny thing is, it was this book received so much pushback back in 94, 95 when it was published. And most of the people who had so much to say about the book never read it because it was literally only one chapter in the book. I believe that was like chapter 14 or chapter 15. I have the book here. It was only literally one chapter in the book that was controversial. The rest of it was just like regular just discussion on psychometrics. Uh, Now, the legitimate criticism people had, though, even from people within the psychological community, was that the IQ tests that they did were based off of military tests, the ASVAB, particularly the part of the ASVAB that measures IQ, which is called the AFQT, the Armed Forces Qualifications Test. It used to be called something different back in the like 70, 80 years ago, and they were using this. But Herrnstein and Murray defended um, their use of the military test for their data by saying that um, they use a military test because they gave them a wide berth of data from different racial groups and different socials and social classes. That's why they chose the military test, because at the time when they were measuring this stuff, when people, when there was a draft and everyone had to go into, everyone had to freaking enlist, unless you had a college exemption or some, or a health exemption of some sort. Um, it was able to this was a good, this was uh, a wide berth of data to extract to use. But I get but the criticism still stands that the military tests isn't aren't the best. Like the military tests are highly G loaded, and I'll get into that what that means. G loaded stands for the G for general. The G in G loading stands for general intelligence. Saying this highly G loaded means that the tests highly correlate to measuring general intelligence. So if someone says a standardized test is highly G loaded, it means that is very it is a high it is a very valid measure of general intelligence, like the SATs and the GRE. The SAT, the GRE, the LSAT, the MCAT, the GMAT. These are highly G loaded standardized tests because they tap into what we consider general intelligence, which is um, uh, general intelligence isn't intelligence, it's a specific part of intelligence, which is uh, basically basically a reflection of a person's ability for abstract reasoning, um, and verbal mathematic abilities, stuff like that. And again, this is stuff that Adam from Adam Ruins Everything ignored when he was talking about IQ. The fact that he said, well, yeah, well, IQ tests were originally just used as a way of measuring kids' ability to enter grade school or whatever. Sure, that's true. But then along came a genius psychologist named Charles Spearman, and he found out that a lot of the academic tests that kids did, um, they all he note he noticed that the scores all kind of correlated with each other, and so he invented a uh, a statistical analysis that summarized the scores over all of the tests to give you one general score or general intelligence. And that didn't just become just predictive of what grade level children fell into. It also became reflection of a person's general intelligence and hence their academic success and financial success. The G. um, Let me put on my little reading glasses. I see there's a few comments. Most of them I've been ignoring because they're kind of stupid. But if there's any, look like there's a few I might want to pick up on. Most of these comments have been retarded. That's why I've been ignoring them. And Impressiello said the way IQ is measured has historically failed to factor in social cultural differences and westernized people have an advantage. False, false, and false. There's so-called cultural free IQ tests. The problem is any any standardized test is going to be biased by virtue of the fact that it's a standardized test. A standardized test has to measure for something, which means it has to be biased in favor of the very construct in which it is measuring. But bias doesn't mean unfair. Okay, there's some just because a test is biased doesn't mean it's unfair. Those are two different distinctions. Like I said, any standardized test, any standardized test, by virtue of it being a standardized test, is going to be biased because it has to be biased in favor of the very construct in which it was made to measure. That's called construct validity. So any standardized test is going to be biased towards the construct that it is measuring in order to achieve construct validity. Uh, but that doesn't mean it's unfair. What happens is that the test becomes the messenger. You don't kill the messenger because you don't like the message. That's what people want to do with IQ tests and other standardized tests. We want to kill the messenger because we don't like what it tells us. There's nothing wrong with the test. There's something wrong. There's something wrong in the environment in which people are achieving highly inequitable scores depending on their social status, their back, where they grew up, and such and so forth. It's, it actually led us to know that hey, some of these schools are failing these kids. For instance, in Baltimore, there's a whole fucking school of for achievement in Baltimore City. And guess what? Not one student in that freaking school could pass the Maryland functional mathematics exam. Not one of them. A school, a a magnet is a magnet school set up for higher achievement in which no one in the fucking school could even pass the the basic mathematics exam that the state gives to all students in high school as a prerequisite for graduation. Nothing wrong with the test, something wrong with the school. On top of that, again, there have been constructed cultural fair IQ tests. Guess what? Guess what was the result? Black people actually did better on the standard IQ test than they did on the cultural free IQ test. So again, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Move up. No, we're moving on. Uh, ASJ bucket list says IQ measures a person's reasoning ability by testing cognitive skills like logic, problem solving, abstract reasoning, and memory. It has nothing to do with social cultural differences. It has something to do with social cultural differences, but you're exactly right. It does measure abstract reasoning. General intelligence is basically our ability for abstract reasoning, um, and um, things like um, analogy, analogical reasoning, mathematical reasoning. So the IQ test is even used in clinical neuropsychology. So anyone who had to go to a child psychologist probably received the IQ test. There's one for adults, there's one for children. They're based off the Wechsler. The Wechsler tests are the most widely used IQ tests in the world because of because of how well they are used for given overall psychological functioning. So the Wechsler IQ test for kids is called the WISC, the Wechsler and um, the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for children. The one for adults is the WAIS, the WAIS, the Wechsler Adult um, Intellectual Scale. And the current one is the WAIS 5, I think. Then there's one that's even before the WISC, one for like toddlers. The problem with that is the intelligence test given to children under five tend to have very low predictive validity because kids may change from that turn point for many different reasons that you can't predict a person. You can't you can't measure a person's intelligence as an adult based on these tests given to toddlers. So usually the ones with the highest predictive validity are the WISC tests, which are for like older children, and the WAIS tests, which are given to adolescents and adults. Okay, they're usually used as part of a neuropsychological battery given to people to determine if they have um, uh, to see if they have any sort of neurodevelopmental problems, disabilities, or also to assess whether they need to be put into advanced gifted education as well. So where it touches on social cultural differences is again that some schools are quite lacking in quality, particularly if you go to schools in the inner city, because the problem is our schools, public schools, are funded through typically funded through the property taxes of that community. If most of the people in that community don't even own homes, it's a fairly impoverished community. Most of these schools aren't getting very much funding other than state and federal subsidies. These aren't going to be good schools if almost all of their income, if almost all of the uh, funds that come to those schools are through government subsidies and not through the property taxes as they do for more affluent communities. Water time. Sorry. So it has something to do with social culture differences. ASJ. Also, another reason it has something to do with social cultural differences is remember. I don't know if you were here earlier when I mentioned that one of the reasons liberals used to like the IQ test 70 years ago was because it showed that not only rich people can be successful, but that's that's only partly true because there is a history that very successful people, maybe not their children, but often successful people do tend to have higher IQs, even going back into the ancient times of the noblemen. Like often these nobles, what set them apart from others were they were of higher general intelligence or higher, intellectual capacities that led them to be have more foresight and do things that would lead to them being successful and gaining noble ranks and all that good stuff. Yeah, luck had a lot to do with it though, and I'm gonna get into luck a little bit later as well. Um, Soko says they're 100% culturally biased and fail to take into consideration systemic and socioeconomic disparities that has nothing to do with genetics. It literally has to do with genetics. You don't know what you're talking about. You never even studied psychology. You don't have a psychology degree. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Move it on. And I already broached that. Any standardized test is culturally biased because every standardized test has to be culturally, has to have some sort of bias involved in order to measure the construct for which it was designed. If a standardized test doesn't accurately measure the construct in which it was designed, it doesn't have good, it does not have construct validity. To have construct validity necessarily means you have to bias that standardized test for that very construct, which in this case for IQ test is general intelligence. What it shows is not that the tests are wrong. It's showing that there's an intellectual disparity in race, and we've known this for centuries. It's just it wasn't until psychometrics came about that we were able to actually measure what this is and why. This is not racist pseudoscience. Again, you don't know what you're talking about. You can go suck someone's dick because this is scientific psychology. It's been known for a long time. It's not controversial within the psychological community. Psychometrics is the subfield of psychology that researches human intellect, standardized testing, all these sorts of things. For everyone dismissing IQ, saying that it doesn't matter, these would probably be the same people complaining that whichever president they don't like lacks in IQ. The same people who claim that IQ isn't real, that it's just pseudoscience, would be the same ones saying, oh, yeah, but Trump is of low IQ or Bush is of low IQ. These are the same people saying these sort of things. It's inconsistent. Like stand on your square. If IQ doesn't matter, then you have no reason to complain that Trump is of low intelligence. You have no reason to say that George W. Bush was of low intelligence. And you're already, he says, inner cities are immensely underfunded and the students are way below the poverty line. A lot of them have one meal a day and they're usually not very nutritious. So how's a child supposed to focus? Again, already approached all of this. Poverty, poverty is not the cause, it's the symptom. The schools being underfunded, again, I already touched on that. I said that does matter because that means that these schools are going to give lackluster education to the children that have to go to these schools. I remember Warren Buffett said something that was both quite insightful and both stupid at the same time. He said to get rid of the disparity in education, he said what we should do is he said we should outlaw all private schools and make all public schools and make everyone go to public school and then assign a lottery to what a random lottery to what students go to what schools, and that will quickly improve the public school. Meaning that if affluent people couldn't send their kids off to private schools and they had to go to public schools, and that there would be a random lottery allotted to each student to what school they would go to, then that would make affluent people want to invest in every school to make sure that they're all good to ensure their kid doesn't go to a subpar school. Again, very insightful, but very stupid at the same time. That's not remotely likely to happen. It was just something to say that he can pat himself on the back and make himself feel like, oh, if they only took my advice, everything would be better. No. He said it wasn't my major, but I did take psych classes. Who gives a fuck that you took psych classes? I have a whole fucking degree in it and I went to grad school for it, you fucking moron. You don't know shit. Because you suck dick on one psych 101 class, you think you know psychology? You're like the idiot that goes to one Muay Thai class and then thinks he can fight. Dumbass. Anyway, people who I love how people try to challenge someone who has a whole fucking degree in psychology because they took one fucking class in psychology. It's like you're literally the same person who takes one class of Muay Thai and now thinks you can fight. Nemo Mnemonic says you were the best in Wicked. What other movies should we expect? I don't know, the same movies where your mother sucks my dick. Not to mention, that's not my only degree. I was a triple major. In undergrad, I was a triple major, all in cognitive sciences. Anyway, moving on. We're gonna ignore trolls. That was my bit for talking to the hoi polloi in the chat room. We're gonna move it on, chat. For all of you still rocking with me, we're gonna move on. I'm not gonna address trolls anymore. Now, if anyone has a genuine question or comment, do so. And again, you don't have to agree with me. I don't expect people to just agree with me out the blue. You can disagree with me respectfully. You can disagree with me respectfully. That's fine. I have no problem with that. But if you're gonna be dismissive of what I'm saying just because you don't like it, then you can go kick bricks. Because none of the stuff I'm talking about is remotely new nor remotely controversial within the fields in which this is researched. So Impress Cielo says IQ does matter and bias is inevitable in testing, which again, this is what I said about standardized testing. Bias is there always will be bias by virtue of the fact that it's a standardized test. Because in order to construct a test, to in order to design the test to measure the very construct in which it was designed to do, it will be biased in favor of that very construct to ensure construct validity. Not to mention, it'll have to be designed for content validity and test retest validity and predictive validity. Like, I'm not going to go into all the different types of psychological validity, but you have criterion validity, content validity, construct validity, test retest validity, predictive validity. All of these things you have to design your test for, and that is necessarily going to bias that test in order to do so. No one, if you design a test specifically so it is fair, that's not, unless the fairness itself is the construct, then that's not for good construct validity. So he says, I simply value multiple methods of measuring intelligence, not just waist style testing. Again, all the IQ tests show the same thing. It doesn't matter the weight. The waist is the most. The waist is the most. Is not the most has the best construct validity of any IQ test, more than this the traditional Stanford Binet test, which used to be uh, the Stanford Binet test used to be like the biggest of them all. And mind you, the waist isn't the highest G loaded test. It's just the waist is just the most has the most highest construct validity and can be used not just for measuring general intelligence, but measuring a person's overall psychological functioning, which is why it's also used in it, which is why it's also used in educational psychology and in clinical neuropsychology. But if we want to talk about the highest G loaded test, it's actually the Raven matrices test. The Ravens progressive matrices is a non-verbal intelligence test for the people who want to say, oh, well, the verbal blah 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 is culturally biased. The Ravens progressive matrices uh, measures a person's ability to solve problems and think abstractly by identifying patterns and geometric figures, and it's the highest G loaded of all the IQ tests, like nine, like up like 98% or something like that. I think. Um, but again, the Ravens progressive matrices, although it's the highest G loaded IQ test, is not as relevant for looking at a person's overall global psychological functioning. The waist is the most has the highest construct validity for that. So the waist, so as a so for instance, you with the waist test, you really can't go above like a 160. I believe, yeah, I think 160 is the highest you can get on the waist test. After that, it doesn't account for it. Whereas the Ravens progressive matrices can measure IQ beyond that. Like I think the most intelligent person currently is Terrence Tao, who's a mathematician. His IQ's been measured over like around 200, 210, something like that. Um, so the problem with that though is although the all although the waist test can't measure above a 160, it is also the case in psychometrics that usually any score above 160 is not a statistically significant. Like it's really not telling you more. It really, in other words, when I say it's not statistically significant, those scores over 160 that you can gain on a Stanford Binet or Ravens progressive matrices, although you can get those higher scores on those tests, they have not been demonstrated to show higher intellectual functioning than person scoring a 160. Um, it looks impressive nonetheless to say, well, yeah, my IQ is like 200, blah blah blah. Like Sheldon Cooper said, well, on several episodes of uh, Big Bang Theory one, he said his IQ is 160, but that's because the test couldn't go higher than that. And then in another episode, he said his IQ is measured well over 160, which was inconsistent on the writer's part. But it was basically showing that he basically topped out at the at the highest IQ achievable. Because like I said, after 160 is really not any statistical significant difference between someone who scores 160 and someone who scores 200. And for the people asking me questions that have nothing to do with this, I will continue to ignore you. You know who you are. um, in any case, so again, there are different intellectual disparities in race, and people saying that this is just due to social cultural differences or that this doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, then why did us? Then why do the groups explain why that the very groups who have the highest average IQ are also the most successful and the ones who are the have the lowest are the least successful. That is not a coincidence. And it's not merely social cultural differences because those you can say because those same groups went through a lot of issues just like the people who went who who come from the lowest went through issues. Tell me that tell me that Ashkenazi Jews did not go through it. Tell me that these East Asian groups did not go through it. If you don't know, if you think East Asians had it well, you don't know East Asian history. It's just saying. And like I said, you know, so yes, there is something. So let's get into the nature versus nurture issue. So again, people want to if people want to doubt me about IQ having a hereditary component, understand in the central tenet of neuroscience, the central tenet of neuroscience, the central tenet of neuroscience, and yes, I'm doing my Dr. Umar here. The central tenet of neuroscience is that all human behavior is a reflection of the activity of the brain, meaning all of our behavior has some biological component. That is the central tenet of neuroscience. All human behavior is a reflection of the activity of the brain. Okay. The central tenet of behavioral genetics is that all all human traits all human traits are partly hereditable. Partly, not all. But like every human trait has some hereditary component. IQ is one of them. We know for a fact that both personality and IQ are two psychological traits that are accounted for at least by half through heredity. Also, not to mention that, again, IQ and personality, the heredity ratio actually goes up as you age. IQ goes up to as high as 80% when you get older. So people are like, oh, I'm becoming, this is why people be like, oh my God, I'm becoming just like my parents. Yes, you literally are becoming just like your parents. um, also, also, when we look at everything that's not accounted for by genetic heredity is attributed to the environment. The funny thing is some of the things attributed to environmental factors are still biological. It's just they're not genetic, so they are thrown off into the environment. Like there's certain aspects of um, people's birth, which is biological, but it's thrown off into into the environmental side instead of the genetic side. But as I was mentioning earlier, when you look at childhood upbringing, that only accounts for about at best, and I'm giving a high percentage here because it's actually lower than this, but it only accounts for about 5% of IQ, whereas heredity accounts for at least 51%. So our heredity counts for about at least 51% of IQ, whereas childhood upbringing accounts for about 5. So yes, all the stuff about childhood upbringing, like putting them in a rewarding environment, in a good school, in a good neighborhood, in a good house, being able to be in a house, have two parents, and all that stuff, that only accounts for 5%. Now that doesn't mean it doesn't matter. That doesn't mean that just because it only accounts for 5% of the kid's IQ, that you should just treat the kid like crap. Kids will still remember their upbringing. I still remember like my happiest moments as a child. It may have had nothing to do with making my IQ higher or lower, but they were still happy memories. Just like I remember the painful memories as well. But what I just want to preface that because I don't want people to get the wrong lessons from what I'm saying here. Just like, oh well, Just A Contrarian says, well, childhood upbringing only accounts for 5% of kids' IQ, so it doesn't matter how we treat them. Yeah, it still matters how you treat them, but not for the purposes of IQ, but for their being, but for it being a human, for it being a child, for it being your child, still matters. But yeah, it only accounts for 5% childhood upbringing. And then, like I said, there's other environmental factors which are still biological, but they're considered environment because they have nothing to do with directly with our genetic heredity, that they're thrown into the environment. That accounts for like a few per, a few percentages as well. Um, here is here is the wild haymaker being thrown at you. So, if IQ stands for about so if heredity stands for over 51% of IQ, childhood upbringing only accounts for 5%. Where's the rest of this coming from when it comes to an environment? Any clues? People aren't going to like this, but the rest of that 40 something percent, random chance. Yes. the the whereas heredit where heredity stands for over 50, about 51% of IQ, and childhood upbringing only accounts for 5%. The rest is due to random chance. Random chance. I don't know what to tell you on that. What I can tell you is that the thing that we can control, uh, well, actually, I don't even know we can control that. But so another problem with the whole environment, it being the environment and not heredity argument, is that if it it relies on a false belief that we can just socially engineer the environment, and we can't. Just because something is environmental doesn't mean it's less, doesn't make it more malleable than heredity. If anything, heredity might be more malleable than the environment because you can control who you sleep with and have children. Um, don't have children with idiots. That has nothing. And 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 another thing I want to talk about, because people are talking about, well, this is just pseudoscience and scientific racism. Here's the thing: with IQ and with other sorts of similar phenomena when it comes to human traits, people need to understand. See, this is why people need to be taught probability and statistics. Most people are innumerate, which is the mathematical equivalent of illiterate. Most people are innumerate, they're mathematically illiterate. They are, when it comes to phenomena, especially as you can measure them on a normal distribution curve, the bell curve, like IQ and height, and personality, and all these other sorts of things, there will always be higher differences within the group than between different groups. I'm going to say that a few more times for the people in the back. For people who are mad about the disparity in average IQ between the different racial groups, thinking it's either racism, that is fake, that is pseudoscience, whatever, understand there are higher differences within the group than between groups. What does that mean? That means that just because someone comes from a group with the lowest average IQ doesn't mean that that tells you anything about that individual from that group. The only thing that you can say about that person is that he comes from the group with the lowest average IQ. That doesn't mean that he himself is going to be of low IQ. Conversely, a person coming from the highest average IQ, you don't know anything about that individual either, other than they come from the group with the highest average IQ. That doesn't mean that they themselves have high IQ. For instance, I have a client that I do life coaching. She is East Asian, but she has borderline intellectual functioning. Borderline intellect, again, borderline intellectual functioning is someone between the IQ of 68 and 84 or 83, whatever. Meanwhile, my IQ is 2 centiles above, 2 centiles over the average being 100. But I'm from the, she's from the group with she's from a group with that is the most success, one of the most successful in this country, Chinese. Because the most successful ethnic group in this country are Indians, and then following them are Chinese. I come from the group with the lowest average IQ in this country, Black Americans, who have an average IQ of 85, where East Asians have an average IQ of 105. I'm well above mine. She's well below hers. So the average IQ of our two racial groups has nothing to say about us as individuals. There is always going to be more divergence within groups than between groups. That doesn't, and that's not just for IQ. That's for other traits as well. So that's why people shouldn't fret. So um, to put it in a slight to use a slightly crude analogy. So for instance, it becomes the opposite if we're talking about penile length. And when it comes to penile length, black males, particularly black African males, have the largest penile lengths in the world. East Asians have the smallest. Now, it does not say anything about that particular individual. So just because that black male comes from the group with the largest penile length in the world doesn't mean that he himself is packing. He might still be hung like a peanut. Whereas the Filipino guy who's from I can't remember, it's either Koreans or Filipinos that have the smallest. um, it's between those two, Koreans and Filipinos. But that doesn't say anything about that particular Korean man or the Filipino man. That Filipino man might be might be hung like pause, by the way, pause and super pause. But yeah, that Filipino man himself might be hung like uh Lexington Steel, whereas that black guy might be hung like Ken Jong. Yeah, we saw what he was working with in The Hangover. He embarrassed like literally every Korean man in the world when he did that. But again, his look, he definitely reinforced stereotype. He's smart because Ken Jong was actually a doctor, a physician before he went into comedy and became an actor. But he also has a 2-inch dick. So he reinforced both the positive and the negative stereotypes of East Asians. Um, and then there's black men that reinforced the positive and negative stereotypes of black men. Hung like a horse, but dumb as a brick. So again, like, remember when it comes to IQ and other behavioral traits, there's always greater differences within a group than between groups. So knowing the average of a group doesn't tell you anything about the individual within the group. You can't judge a member by its set. This goes into mathematics too and logic. You can't judge a member by its set. Well, you can't well, not necessarily. Once you know. But I, I think I said most of what I wanted to say, but we can go into some of the specifics of that if someone actually wanted to give me some respectful pushback or just ask me follow up questions to anything that I said. But again, what I wanted to reiterate from the beginning of this stream is the fact that the problems in the black community stem from intellectual disparities within the community. It's not is not a coincidence. It is not a coincidence. It is not a coincidence that the group that is struggling to succeed in America also has the lowest average IQ. It's not a coincidence. Another group that's failing to succeed in this country that also has a very low average IQ are the indigenous Americans. Again, lack of success and lower IQ are positively correlated with each other. The poor state of continental Africa, particularly sub Saharan Africa, is not a coincidence when you realize that the average IQ of sub Saharan Africans is 68. 68. Black Americans, they're who are more successful than their cousins back in the continent of Africa, still suffer because, again, even though they have a high IQ score, is still below average with the average being 85. Whereas again, the most successful group, well, not the most successful group, well, the group that's very successful and has the highest IQ score are Ashkenazi Jews with an average of 107, with East Asians right below them at 105. These are not coincidences. These are not merely due to social cultural differences. Again, the the law of behavioral genetics is that all human traits are partly hereditary. And the central tenet of neuroscience is that all human behavior is a reflection of the brain's activity. So you can't dismiss differences in behavior as merely being sociocultural. That's just disingenuous. And it shows that you can't you you can't change a problem by denying that problem exists. That works when it comes to problems dealing with, if you're talking about problems that arise just out of how we talk about things, yes. When you're talking about, so when it just becomes a matter of, semantics, then yes, you can change, you can dissolve a problem simply by changing how you talk about it. But when you're talking about external, when you're talking about external factors like, uh, you know, the external world, you can't dismiss those things by simply dismissing the conversation about it. You can't write off differences in how successful people are and in differences in intellectual capacities by saying, oh, well, that's just social cultural, or all the tests are just biased and unfair, or it's all because the schools are underfunded and impoverished. Those all play a part in it, but that's not, but we're not going to, but we're just dancing around the real problem. Differences in intellect. Now, differences in intellect can change. Um, Thomas Sowell mentioned that for a long time, certain groups, like for instance, like the Jewish people who are now have the highest IQ scores, were once seen as being relatively dumb because when they came from Eastern Europe, they couldn't speak English, which means they couldn't do well on these tests because they didn't understand the language in which they were written. Have we talked before? Ari Pyrrhus 8815. Uh, Ari says, "How have you been, my friend? Is your point that that diaspora people have lesser intellectual capacities? I just got here. Um, that was part of it. What I want. So let me say exactly what I stated earlier was I was saying that um, a lot of problems in the black community have to deal with the intellectual disparities. Many people in the black community are functionally illiterate. Most of them can't read at a high school level, even if they graduated high school. That the average IQ of Black Americans is 85, whereas the average IQ of Ashkenazi Jews are 107. The average IQ of East Asians is 105, and everyone else falls in between. And then when you go across the Atlantic, then our the Black people's uh, cousins in continental in sub-Saharan Africa, their intellect is even lower at 68, and it's not a coincidence that sub-Saharan Africa is in the worst state in the across the across the globe. Like it's not a coincidence that people who are function at such uh, a lower cognitive capacity are also not doing very well in their societies. That's not a coincidence. Now that's not to say that all Africans are dumb. That does not mean that. Again, there's all like I said earlier, there's always higher differences within a group than between groups. And there are very intelligent and very well educated Africans. Most of those people go on to be very successful. Many of them come here to America. Nigerians tend to be the most educated black group in America, for instance. One of the reasons why is what I hinted to last week when I said that some minority groups have a higher put higher value on uh, discipline and higher education, and Nigerians do that. Like one of my friends was telling me back in college, he said, you know, over in Nigeria, he said the guys that got girls back in high school were the kids that were doing well in school, not the knuckleheads. Here in America, the girls wanted the guys who were stupid, who try to be cool and sell drugs and be, you know, smoke weed and act stupid. Over there in Nigeria, the girls really loved the guys who were who were smart and doing well in school because they knew that kid had a future. So, um, but overall, like I said, unfortunately, sub-Saharan Africa is dealing with a lot of social problems, and like I said, it's not enough research done on the connection between social problems and general intelligence. Often because as soon as someone tries to do research like that, it's going to be, it got to, when you're at a university, you got to go through the board of what do you call that, guys? The I'm talking about the every college or university has a board of I forgot what you called it. Sorry, a board of people made up of faculty, admin, and people within the the local um, town or whatever, who decide what kind of research can be funded and stuff like that. And often it's going to be hard for someone to pass. It's often going to be hard for a researcher to get funded for research that talks about IQ and race and success because it's easily going to be dismissed as scientific racism, stemming all the way back to 1969 with Arthur Jensen, who did very good research on the difference between intellectual disparities within racial groups. And it was published in the Harvard Educational Review, and he was instantly dismissed as a bigot and a racist. People like he had death threats. He had people trying to get him, um, you know, basically trying to destroy his career. That was the beginning of cancel culture back then by the political left way back in the late 60s. After he published his research in the Harvard Educational Review, he still went on to publish a book about it, but he was dismissed as a racist when he was just doing honest research on a subject that wasn't very well known. Because up until that point, yes, there was a lot of scientific racism. Like when I mentioned earlier, you weren't here. I talked about phrenology, um, which was like the precursor to like phrenology was sort of like the precursor to like neuropsychology, where you could basically map people's different um, mental uh, mental traits and stuff through the bumps on their head, and the shape of their skull lets you know how intelligent they were relatively. So people who had a Western European type skull were deemed the most intelligent. Um, Southern Europeans were the least intelligent of Europeans because racism. Um, Central Asians and East Asians were less intelligent than Europeans, and then finally, people with African black African skulls were deemed the least intelligent. So there was actual scientific racism going on, but to automatically dismiss someone's research as scientific racism, like Arthur Jensen, just because you didn't like what it said, was fallacious. And the same thing happened to the two researchers, Charles Murray and Richard Herrnstein, who were psychometricians who published the book The Bell Curve in 1994. She says, "Yeah, we have spoken." She's like, "Okay, I get your point. To be honest, I haven't read a single paper on this in years, but I do remember in the beginning of law school studying the problems with IQ tests and the influence of eugenics in this." Yeah, and I did mention it earlier before you were here too, that there has been, when it came to scientific racism, you can't dismiss how it led to eugenics and all that sort of stuff. um, and I also mentioned before you came here that yes, IQ tests are biased, but one of the things you learn in social research is that just because a test is biased doesn't mean it's unfair. Biased and um, bias and unfair are two different. things. And as I was stating earlier to another person in the chat, um, just because if you if you design a test to measure a certain construct, then by then by virtue of that, by virtue of it being a standardized test, it has to be biased in favor of measuring that very construct, or that test won't have construct validity. But that doesn't mean that the test is unfair. And then I said and then I also mentioned earlier before you were here as well. The funny thing is when they actually design culturally a so-called culturally fair IQ test, when they gave this to black people, and I think it was particularly black Africans as well, they actually they the black uh, test takers actually performed more poorly on the culturally fair test than they did on the normal IQ test. The so the what made so how they distinguish the culturally fair IQ test from the normal IQ test was that they were nonverbal. But uh that and then also I want to mention, like, just because someone comes from a non-Western society doesn't mean that, and they perform lower in the IQ test doesn't necessarily mean that they are of lower intelligence. What also goes into that is that, again, IQ tests measure general intelligence, which is just an aspect of intelligence with a capital I. And so one of the issues is that general intelligence is a measure of abstract reasoning, and problem solving ability. But in from in cultures where people come from a from well, for people who come from pre-modern societies, or even if they come from either pre-modern societies, or they come from a place where there's not a good westernized education, they often value holistic reasoning over abstract reasoning. And often you'll find that when you actually listen to their thought process and their holistic reasoning, it is very rational. It is very rational. But again, putting that aside, you still can't dismiss that the groups that have the most intellectual disparity are also the most unsuccessful. And I think that is, like I said earlier, in a half joking way, um, cognitive ability has been the Voldemort that in discussions about social issues in the Black community, and in uh, places around the world, in underdeveloped nations. The Voldemort, when I say Voldemort, meaning the thing that you shall not name. If you ever watch Harry Potter, I watch Harry Potter, all the Harry Potter movies, read the first book and all that. I'm a Harry Potter nerd. I'm not as bad as some of the fanboys, but Voldemort was the name that shall not be mentioned. That that is that is the case with cognitive capacity. Everyone wants to skirt around the issue of cognitive ability when it comes to social issues. Whether, people either want to talk about personal responsibility, they want to talk about pulling yourself up by your bootstraps, they want to talk about it's just poverty or systemic racism, they want to talk about the lack of education, or um, poor nutrition, any and everything other than cognitive ability. So Ari says we call it banca in Portuguese. Did I say that right? Is it banca? I don't know the translation in English, but I get it. Eric, what's up, bro? He said, I believe a lot of it does have to do with culture. If education and removing the shackles of superstition is not important, then your culture will produce results that reflect that. Well, no, you you were here in my last stream when I talked about how cultural values impact um, community success, and I was talking about the Black community, and I was like, that's a component of it. So what I'm merely stating here is that cognitive ability and the disparity between cognitive ability between different ethnic groups is something that isn't ever touched upon in these discussions because it's too uncomfortable of a subject. But it is important and it needs to be researched more, but it's hard to get funding for this sort of research because it's automatically going to be derided as scientific racism to do so, especially in today's college atmosphere where everyone needs safe spaces and trigger warnings, and you can't even you can't even shoot, on a college campus you can't even mention that someone is a boy. So good luck in trying to get research on IQ and race when you can't even say that this person dressed as a girl is still a man. But whatever. The guy who's wearing the My Little Pony outfit is still a human, even if he's dressed like a purple pony with pink hair and glitter. But whatever. We won't diss fairies here anymore. I want to diss the fairies. I want the fairies coming after me. They might be packing heat under those costumes. I'm sorry, their fur. Ari Pires 8815 says, who is the scholar you mentioned? Are you talking about Arthur Jensen? I think that's what I mentioned. I mentioned Arthur Jensen, who did some really good research in 1969. It was published in the Harvard Educational Review, and he was derided instantly as a bigot and promoting scientific racism. Then I also mentioned Charles Mary and Richard J. Herrnstein, who published the book The Bell Curve in 1994, which became a huge thing back then. I think you're significantly. I'm not sure if you were born prior to '94. If so, you were probably like, maybe I'm guessing like a baby, a very little, very young. So you probably wouldn't have known all the drama that erupted back when that book came out around 94, 95. I remember it on all the talk shows. And so I actually read it for myself like, 15 years ago. I'm like, this book isn't even that controversial. It was literally only one chapter in which it was controversial. And even in that most controversial chapter, that one chapter that was controversial, they still said that they believe that there should be resources set aside for these underperforming black kids on the IQ test so they can do better, which will lead to them having more academic and hence financial success in life. It's just that one guy was a libertarian and one guy was conservative, so they differed in how much resources should be how much resources should be given to doing this. Uh, the libertarian didn't want very many resources because libertarians tend to have a laissez-faire attitude towards the government, you know, encroaching on people's lives, whether for the good or the ill. Whereas the conservative wanted to wanted more resources given, but they both agreed that there should be resources given to black kids so they can do better in school. But like I said, being that one was of a libertarian ilk and one was of a conservative ilk, they differed in how much of those resources, but they both agreed that resources should be given to the kids, and that part of the problem was social. They never denied that, and people pretended that they did. No researcher who has admitted that IQ is partly hereditary has ever denied that a huge part of it is also due to the social environment. But they're often, they're they're often given a straw man of what they actually think. Ari says, oh, "Okay, I'm not familiar with the names you said. I'm not on that field either. The picture is my daughter, by the way. Maybe you'll remember me now. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah, I remember you, Ari. Yeah, now I do remember you because we had that same discussion where I and other people in the chat thought you were a woman. Mind you, I can only see the tiny avatar, so I can't even see the details in I can't see the details because I remember I used to have a someone who was a good friend here. You probably remember the German girl that used to be my moderator, and I kept wondering why everyone was flirting with her because I saw her avatar and I was like, I could tell it was a woman, but I didn't know that she was pretty or anything. And so I actually went to her after I actually went to her YouTube channel. I was like, oh, okay, so she is attractive. I was like, that's why everyone was. I was like, okay, that's why everyone was flirting with her. But yeah, now I definitely remember you now because that's your yeah. I remember that discussion many months ago. The truth troll says, "Do you think whites should have their own bathroom and water fountain?" What do you think? I think. I'll tell you this. That's not going to happen. I, I know that much. That whole, if you want your own bathroom and your own water fountain, buy one. Or you can go out to that community that that guy has constructed that's going to only be for white people, made by a guy who used to get his cheeks clapped on OnlyFans. But he's part of the superior race, even though he was getting his cheeks clapped. Okay. Um, you always have the ability to self segregate, but you don't speak for white people, so don't know what to tell you there. Ari says, I get that. I respect your opinion. Like I said, he said, like I said, it's not my field, but it does seem to me that cognitive ability is also a construction of the being. You kind of just said that as well. No, so okay, so you missed most of the discussion. So I'm gonna summarize a lot of what I said. So I said so a few things I said. So one, I wanted to go back to the central tenet of neuroscience, which is that all the central, the most fundamental law of neuroscience, the central tenet of neuroscience is that all human behavior is a reflection of the brain's activity, which means all human behavior has some biological component, right? And then we go to behavioral genetics. And the central tenet of behavioral genetics is that all human traits have a hereditary are partly hereditary. So whether you're talking about personality, IQ, all these things are partly hereditary. Uh, Cognitive ability is is a uh, is accounted for by heredity by 51%, and as you get older, it climbs up to 80%. Um, Meanwhile, when you look on the environmental side of of cognitive ability or IQ that measures cognitive ability, because IQ is sort of like a crude consumer index for general intelligence. Okay, so when we talk about cognitive ability, I mean I'm referring specifically to general intelligence because there are other. I don't want to. I don't want to confuse things because there are other cognitive abilities besides general intelligence. There's also rationality, self control, things like that. So but using usually when people say cognitive ability, they're referring to general intelligence. But I just want to make that caveat because rationality is not does not have a high hereditary component, nor does self control. These are things that can be uh, learned. General intelligence really can't be learned, other than a probably no higher than 5 IQ points or so is learnable. So, like so I said, 51% of it is innate. Um, but when you look at the environmental side, There are parts of the environmental factors that go into um, general goes into IQ that are still biological, but they're considered environmental because they have nothing to do with genetic heredity. And then when you talk about childhood upbringing, so most people when they think of environment, they think of like childhood upbringing, but childhood upbringing only accounts for 5%, 5% of IQ, whereas heredity counts for about 51%. And then a few percentages are accounted for by other things like birth, birth stress, uh, and you know maternal nutrition and all that sort of stuff. When you're still you're still in the womb, right, in utero. Uh, so what accounts for the other 40%? Random chance, and that was one of the biggest surprises to researchers is that most of that and most of what accounts for the environment is just random chance. It's not childhood upbringing, which only accounts for 5%. And it's actually less than 5%. I'm just rounding it up to 5% just to be nice. But childhood upbringing only accounts for about 5%. Um, but cognitive ability isn't just a construct. If you, um, it has a neurobiological component. We can measure the parts of the brain that that correlate to general intelligence, most of it in the prefrontal cortex. Then other regions in the you know temporal cortex, parietal, occipital back here. um, but no, you can literally map out what parts of intelligence are reflected physically in the brain because we know through we know tragically through a lot of accidents that happen to people that when people suffer different sorts of brain damage, how it affects their intelligence and IQ. The most notorious example was this guy who worked on a railroad, and through a through a tragic accident, there was a rod shot straight through his head and out, and he was rushed to the hospital, and he seemed normal for a while, like he still was able to work and do still retain his personality, but they people started noticing a difference, like he became short tempered. uh his his personality started to drastically change, and he can no longer work. So it's often been through a lot of cases of brain damage and dismemberment and stuff like that that we found out what parts of the brain are responsible for controlling different functions, including the intellect. Um, Also, we know through working on animals through vivisection. Vivisection stands for animal experimentation. So with vivisection, we would do a lot of um, studies where we cut up their brains and we can find out what things are responsible for different parts of intelligence and motor functions and cognitive functions and stuff like that. So this is how we know it's not just merely it's not just a hypothetical construct that that general intelligence as a construct reflects uh, physical aspects of the brain. Again, because that's the central tenet of neuroscience is that all human behavior is a reflection of the brain's activity, meaning that all behavior is partly biological. That's what I mean. Brittany Slater says, "Oh my goodness, this Uncle's pro." Thank you. I think. Ari says, "And you did pronounce Manka correctly." Okay, thank you, thank you. Um, he said, "Just passing by his back. Hello, thanks." Ari says, "Yeah, that's very interesting. I haven't studied much of that. Unfortunately, not well educated on the subject." No, that's fine. I don't mind if someone doesn't know much about the subject. It was only like earlier, like an hour ago, when you have a troll who knows nothing about the subject, and then they just want to dismiss everything I'm saying outrightly. Like, I think you kind of remember the days when I used to point my degrees on the back of the wall while I was talking. I don't feel the need to do that anymore. Like I don't I don't have the need to like demonstrate my intelligence by constantly having my degrees in the background of my video while I talk with people like I used to do uh you know 2 years ago. Like at this point, either you believe me or you don't, that's fine. I will, like, if someone questions me, I can I'm you know informed enough that I can lead them to links that they can read more, or I can refer them to books. Like I said, for instance, the book by Bernstein and Mary, The Bell Curve from 1994, people can pick that book up. Um, People can pick up the original research by Arthur Jensen on Harvard Educational Review, published in 1969. They can get that book. I mean, that, well, it was a paper, not a book, but I think he did later take that research and publish the book afterwards. Especially because I think he wanted to clear the air with people calling him a bigot. Now, it's kind of a shame because it's hard to do good research when people automatically are going to dismiss whatever you say. This also happens a lot in evolutionary psychology. So psychometrics, again, is only controversial to people outside of psychology because they are uncomfortable with the fact that standardized tests reflect actual abilities. But you have two different types of standardized tests. You either have achievement tests, or you have um what's it? I'm sorry. It's they aptitude tests or achievement tests. So the SAT was originally called the student aptitude test. Aptitude meaning is measuring something that's supposedly innate aptitude, like intelligence, right? Achievement is based on one's educational level and upbringing, right? So when, again, in the 90s, so people think woke is a new thing. If you were around in the 90s, woke ain't new. Woke was just called politically correct back in the 90s, in the late 80s. There was even a whole movie that came out uh, that made fun of it, called PCU, Politically Correct University, PCU, that came out in 1990s with I think Jeremy, uh, what's the guy named Jeremy Bivens, and the guy who was in the Iron Man movies. Um, anyway, the 90s was woke 1.0, when we used to call it political correctness. And out of political correctness, they had changed the SATs, and then they had changed the term where SAT now stood for student achievement test. The problem is the SAT is both an achievement and an aptitude test, because the SAT is highly G loaded. You weren't here earlier. G loaded means that it highly it has um, high constructibility for measuring general intelligence, as measured by the G score, the general score. The general score refers all the way back to the genius who who changed IQ tests forever. Because before Charles Spearman, the psychologist, IQ tests were just a way of measuring a student's uh, grade level they should be put in. And people like Adam Ruins Everything kept saying that that's all the IQ tests were. They weren't really a measure of intelligence. I was like, that's not true, because this guy named Charles Spearman, he was a psychologist and a statistician. He invented a statistical analysis um, that could summarize over all the scores of all these individual academic tests and give you a raw G score, a raw general score, which became the measure of general intelligence. And like I said, he invented his own statistical analysis just to do this. Let me look that up for you. But when people say, "Oh, the IQ doesn't really measure IQ; it just measures a person's ability to take an IQ test," this is partly the psychometrician's fault, because back in the early 20th century, most psychologists were behaviorists. So psychological behaviorism was the view of many scientists and philosophers at the time, that psychology could only measure external behavior or the dispositions to that external behavior, but could not measure the underlying mental processes. And some of them were even radical behaviors, saying not only can psychology not measure the underlying internal processes of behavior, but that those mental processes don't even exist. That was radical behaviorism. But either way, behaviorism died out, and cognitivism became the research paradigm of psychology ever since the 1960s. But the early behaviorists in psychology were the ones who put out the idea that IQ tests merely measure what the I merely measure how good someone's at taking the IQ test, and that's just not true. It does measure cognitive ability, but again, early psychologists, being behaviorists, didn't want to admit that the mind had internal cognitive architecture. Sorry if that's a little bit of a tangent. And then even when you talk about general intelligence and all of that, it became further divided, because then you have crystallized intelligence and fluid intelligence. Crystallized intelligence was the innate part, the part that is innate, that doesn't change over time, whereas fluid intelligence was the part that could be influenced by education and could improve over the time, or degrade over time if you suffer mental decline. And on top of a G score, there were also S scores. S score stood for specific tests. So just like the the G score reflected your general score for all the tests, there were sub scores or specific scores, S scores, for each individual test on the IQ test. But for anyone who's done mathematics and had to ever do factorial analysis, Charles Spearman invented that. And he invented factor analysis to he invented a factor analysis to again account for the fact that he had noticed that amongst the different academic tests given to children, they all seem to correlate with each other. And when he noticed that the different academic tests given to children correlate with each other, he invented the factor analysis to summarize the scores over all these tests to produce one general score, or G score, which reflected their general intelligence. And then you had, aside from that, his S factors. So you had the G factor or G score. Then you had the S factors or S scores, which were the specific uh, abilities unique to each test that those measures. So like verbal ability, or mathematical ability or visual spatial ability. Those are specific tests within the general intelligence. So you might have verbal ability, visual spatial ability, mathematical ability, um, and perhaps others like um, analogical reasoning ability, stuff like that. Uh, and that also points to something else because this is something just like race, just like it's impolite to discuss race and intelligence because again, intellectual disparities amongst the different racial groups is like Voldemort. You can't mention it. You shall not mention it. There, um, there are some differences between the sexes as well. And another thing I want to say about this is the just like there's just like we know there's a difference between the sexes that males and females are different, no matter how much the T and the LGBTQ wants to deny that. And it's starting to become the case that people in the T community are, are it seems like the phenomena of the trans community is that they are a social contagion, but that's a topic for another day. We might go over that in another day. But just like they don't want to admit that there's biological differences between the sexes, people don't want to admit there's biological differences between the races, and there are. I mean, if there were not biological differences between the races, we wouldn't have we wouldn't have you wouldn't have medical doctors taught uh, about racial differences in medicine. That the fact that there are certain ethnic groups that have certain diseases that others don't, like the Jewish people, more likely to be afflicted with, I think, Tay-Sachs disease, whereas Black people are more likely to be afflicted with sickle cell anemia, stuff like that. These are ethnic differences. Not to mention that there's current research going on in the military to develop race-based weapons. Sort of like if probably not like No Time to Die, the last James Bond movie with Daniel Craig. It probably won't be that specific, but they are indeed developing weaponry based on race that could target someone based on their race. Like you need to hit a target or targets of a certain group so you can target them with race-based weaponry. You can't make race-based weaponry if race isn't a biological thing. On top of that, if race isn't a thing, then physical anthropologists should not uh, shouldn't be able to do what they do. A physical anthropologist can identify the race of a person based on their skeletal remains. And we know there's different racial differences based on geographical variation. People near the equator tend to be brown. People far away from the equator tend to be lighter. People who live on the steppe on who lived on like the central steppes of Asia tended to get uh, slanted eyes because those eye folds tended to work as natural sun goggles. Yeah, so Carlton says I'm late for the party. Don't worry, you can watch it in repeat if you want. I'm about to go though. Um, Ari says, "Yeah, I'm going to look that up. The 1994 one is a paper. No, it's a book. It's called The Bell Curve. I have it here. I will pull it out. Pause. But I would take my book out now, but it's buried in all my other books in a box with my other psychology text. So I would have to like open this all up and take the book out, and I don't feel like pulling out all those books, but it's a book, 1994, The Bell Curve. You can probably get it on Amazon for like a few bucks if you buy it used. It is a thick text, but it's an easy read. It's not, even though it's written by two psychometricians, it is written for the layperson. It's not written in heavy jargon for like the professionals. It's written for the layperson. The unfortunate problem is that even though it's written for the layperson, most of the people back in 1994 and 95 refused to read it just off the rip because it was already dismissed as being racist without people even reading it. And then you actually read it, and it's actually only one chapter, which was like either chapter 14, I believe, or chapter 15. There was the controversial part. And even in the controversial chapter, they never said anything dismissive about black people. They were all on top of that. They even like one of the criticisms they got from people within the psychological community, the psychometrics community specifically, was that they actually tried to dilute their results to show they tried to dilute how big of a difference there was between the groups. They actually tried to dilute it. And they even said in the book, like in the footnotes, or end notes, depending on you use APA or MLA style. I say end notes because APA. But anyway, in the footnotes or end notes, they even uh, talked about how they received criticism from other people in their community for actually diluting the results because they wanted to be as fair as possible. But the intellectual disparities within race is a fact. Now we can discuss why there is an intellectual. Now we can dispute why those intellectual disparities exist, but to say that those intellectual disparities don't exist is just a denial of of a psychological fact. What my argument is that the social issues going on in the black community and in underdeveloped countries is due to those very intellectual disparities. Like, and I'm not saying it's solely due to those intellectual disparities, but that has to be part of the discussion. It seems people want to mention every other factor or variable in social issues other than the disparity in cognitive ability. Like we'll mention poverty, we'll mention systemic racism, we'll mention the lack of personal responsibility, we'll mention the difference in cultural values, uh, we'll mention the differences in resources, but we won't utter the Voldemort of it all, which is intellectual disparity. Like I said, you you cannot simply dismiss the fact that continental Africa is in such a shitty state with the fact that the average IQ of sub-Saharan Africans is 68. You can't how you can't dismiss that. Similarly, with Black Americans, you can't dismiss the fact of all the degeneracy and problems in the Black community with the fact that the average IQ of the Black African community is 85. Just like you can't dismiss the high success of Ashkenazi Jews with the fact that they have the highest IQ of every group at 107, with East Asians right below them at 105. Those things can't be dismissed. Now, of course, they don't reflect everything because Jewish people aren't even the most successful people in America. It's actually Indians. I mean, the Desi Indians, Desi community Indians, and then right below them are Chinese. Um, and also, ironically, when Jews first started arriving into America back in the late 1800s, early 1900s, they actually had some of the lowest IQ scores. But that was again social because they were coming from they were coming from mostly Eastern European countries, and because of that cultural and linguistic difference, they performed more poorly on those early IQ tests. But once that was accounted for, once they once they brought with them their values of discipline and academic achievement, they started doing very well, and now they're the highest performers on the IQ. So yes, there's definitely an environmental component, and I've never denied that. I think people think it has to be one or the other, and most people trained in psychology have have been trained to know that there's to train in the interactionist approach, which is that is an interaction of nature and nurture. It's not either or. The only the only thing that is difference is the relative amount of nature versus nurture. Like how much of it is nature, how much is nurture. But it's not either or. It's just how much of each is involved. So for IQ, we know it's more nature involved than nurture, but that can always change. Shane Leg says my IQ is supposedly 90, but that was taken when I was a teenager. Several people in my life have told me there's no way that's my real score. Well, unless those people in your life are are clinical neuropsychologists, psychometricians, or developmental psychologists, they can't really tell you that. Your IQ score as a teenager is not going to change that much. If you if you took it as a toddler, that's going to change. Like you have three types of Wechsler test. So the Wechsler test is the most commonly used IQ test because it's not used just for assessing IQ, but it's also used for assessing people's overall cognitive functioning. And so you have a Wechsler test specifically made for very young children, for toddlers. Then you have one made for children, the WISC, the Wechsler Intelligence Scale for Children, and then you have the WACE for teenagers and adults, older teenagers and adults, which is the Wechsler Adult Intelligence Scale. As a teenager, you would have taken the WACE, so that's not going to change. Like it may go up like it may go up or down probably about with within 5, maybe 10. And the only way it's changing about 10 points is something happened in the original test taking. If your intelligence differed by over 10 points after they did a so the reason why is because these tests have high test retest validity. Test retest validity refers to the fact that a test will basically reflect the same score each time you take it. So you want when it comes to a standardized test, you want it to have high test retest validity. If it doesn't have high test retest validity, it's not a useful scale because say like if you take a SAT in the 11th grade, right, and you score an 850 and then you take it a year later as a senior after taking the SAT prep course and it goes up to 1560, there's something wrong with that test. Like even if you take an SAT prep course, you're not going to go from like an 850 to a 1560. That's just not going to happen. You might go from an 850 to a 1000, but you're not going to a 1560 where you're almost at a perfect 1600 on the SAT score. Like that's just not going to happen. Similarly, with an IQ test, you're not going to go from 90, which is below average IQ score, to like a 120 unless something happened in the original test that has nothing to do with the test itself, but something outside of the test, like you stayed up all night, you were high, uh, you didn't, you just answered, you just randomly bubbled in your answers, something like that. But if you are if you were legitimately trying your best on the test at say like age 16 and you took it again at age 25, you're not going to go from a 90 to 125. That's not going to happen. You might go from a 90 to 100. I And again, that's a whole centile higher. You go from below average to average. That is possible, but again, you're not going to go from like a 90 to a 120. That's just not going to happen. Aries says, "Well, I know nothing of psychology, but I get what you're saying, and I even agree with differences. But I understand the backlash. Wouldn't like to believe that. I read it. The truth is what it is." Yeah, that's. I think that's fair. I appreciate that. And like I said, even in that controversial chapter of that book, they both of the authors still stated that black kids needed more resources so they could do better in school, despite the fact. So, and so that's the thing when people think, oh well, it's innate. That means that these people are a lost cause. That's not what it means. Even if it's mostly innate, that doesn't mean it's a lost cause because they both admitted it was still a huge component to deal with their social upbringing that had to factor into it. Like I said, with Jewish immigrants that first arrived in America did very poorly on IQ tests because they were coming from Eastern European nations. Once they became uh, acculturated, they performed very well on those tests. Excuse me. Um, Likewise, when people kept saying that the reason black people were performing so poorly on the IQ test because they were biased and unfair. Again, remember I said just because a test is biased doesn't mean it's unfair. Any standardized test, by virtue of it being a standardized test to measure a certain construct, is going to be biased, but they can still be fair tests, meaning that they are um, anyone anyone taking it has a fair chance of doing well or poorly on it. If they do poor, if they do poorly on it, that's a reflection of either their own cognitive ability or as a reflection of the sad state of their education, which is often the case when it comes to these black kids who come from impoverished communities and underfunded schools. And that's why Herrnstein and Mary both said, well, these kids do need more resources so they can perform better in school. But you know, there will always be intellectual differences in cognitive ability because cognitive ability as a human trait that's measured over a normal distribution curve is going to differ both between groups and within groups. And like I said, the more important discovery about this is that there's going to be higher differences within a group than between groups. So I don't know if you were here earlier, Ari, but I was saying, like, for instance, I come from the group with the lowest IQ by average, as far as my group, the lowest average IQ for the group. Whereas do life coaching for a woman that comes from the group with one of the highest average IQs, East Asian. She is she she has borderline intellectual functioning, where I am my IQ is at high is high above average. So um so us being individuals from our groups have enough can't tell doesn't tell you anything about our individual cognitive abilities because there's always higher differences within a group than between groups. Ari says that's cool. Mind if I suggest an author of my field for next talk? Sure. I always I'm always asking the chat for suggestions for discussions for my next streams. But yeah, this is something I wanted to tackle because I've talked about it, you know, in usually in uh, as part of discussions of other things, but I never talked about it in itself. It was always attached to something else that I was talking about. But I wanted to talk about it in itself because, like I said, I always felt like intellectual disparity is the Voldemort um, for people because it's uncomfortable to talk about on both political sides. Conservatives conservatives and libertarians don't want to mention it because they know they'll automatically be dismissed as racist if they do. People on the left don't want to acknowledge it because it defeats their it would for them to bring it up would basically defeat their beliefs in the blank slate and the fact and their abilities to socially engineer society to be better if they have to acknowledge there's a human nature that that's not malleable. That's the other reason again why they hate evolutionary psychology because evolutionary psychology human behave sorry evolutionary psychology behavioral genetics um, sociobiology, not to be confused with social Darwinism. That's not science. That's just a pseudoscience. But social biology, behavioral genetics, evolutionary psychology, um, these are the human sciences, and people on the left don't like to acknowledge them because it defeats their belief in the standard social science model, which is you know relies on cultural relativism and the belief in social engineering. Uh, Ari says awesome. Said Tom Ginsburg and Aziz. How do you say it? Is it a Hugh, Hugh, Hug? I don't know. It's a Q. Hugh wrote How to Save Constitutional Democracy in 2018. Ever heard of them? I Tom Ginsburg sounds familiar. Aziz, no. When you first said Aziz, I'm thinking of the uh, the actor Aziz. So I'm guessing that's not the same person. But I don't know if you saw my short earlier, but I literally just showed the fact I received my pocket size Declaration of Independence and U.S. Constitution today from Hillsdale College, and I put it in my EDC sling bag. Um, I'll look it up. Um, how I'll just remember the title, "How to Save Constitutional Democracy," and I can Google that later. Actually, I'm gonna put it in my search engine now so I don't forget because I'm going to bed right after this. Uh, so I can get up early to run before the gobble gobble. That's one of the things I want to do with my wife. I want to take her and her family to Thanksgiving. So, they don't do Thanksgiving in the Philippines. So, luckily, there are some expats that own restaurants in the Philippines that actually do Thanksgiving dinner in the Philippines, and there are also supermarkets that can export. I mean, that have not export. I'm sorry, that import turkeys, but all of my like my they're not big on using ovens in the Philippines. So being that my wife has rarely cooked roast chick a roasted chicken, I'm not going to subject her to to trying to roast an entire turkey. So, and I don't know how to roast a turkey. I mean, I could figure it out, but I don't want to. And we don't have a big enough oven because, like I said, most Filipino kitchens don't have big ovens. Most of the food they cook is on the stove, not in the oven. So I want to take them out to one of those expat restaurants and do a Thanksgiving dinner for them. I think they would really like it. And the family loves when I take them out. Like I love her family. The family adores me. I like them back. Her little sisters treat me like a big brother. The mom treats me like one of her like her other son. Wait a minute. Let me make sure I put this down before I forget how to say constitutional democracy. I like political live streams because I have partnered within with a company that does AI to train it on my voice. So they pay more for political speech. All right, so that's saved. So Ruth Ginsburg was a justice on the Supreme Court. That's probably why you remember the last name. No, no. Well, yeah, I remember Ruth Ginsburg, but no, Tom sounded familiar. That's is he not like a bigger white man with like a mustache? Or my I'm thinking I'm, I'm probably thinking of someone else. I probably am thinking, but I wasn't thinking of Ruth Ginsburg. I'm just thinking of a I was thinking of like a heavy set white person with a mustache, brunette hair. I don't know. I could be wrong. Probably wrong. That is right. That's pretty much how he looks. Although that's kind of what the average American looks like, though, right? Like chubby white man, middle aged, except for the mustache. Oh, he's bald now. Okay, I think yeah, I yeah. Once I see it, I'm probably it's probably someone I've heard about before. Pretty sure. Barry, I'm gonna go. Um, unless someone else had any questions about that, about again the subject intellectual disparities being the reason why a lot of being the part of the equation of why there's a lot of problems in the black community. So that's the name of the title. A lot of black problems are due to intellectual disparities and race. And that title itself is very controversial. But again, it has to be stated because we always talk up within the black community. There has been ongoing discussions about how to solve these problems and what are the underlying causes of these problems for the past 50 years, and none of them ever want to talk about the disparities in intelligence within the black community. When it is mentioned, they only mention it in passing when it comes to education, but they don't want to talk about like innate intelligence because it would be too insulting to their audience, obviously, or to themselves. And again, I can talk about something that comes from my group because one, I I like intellectual honesty, and two, it's not a I'm not afflicted with it. So it's just like I said, it's just like my analogy earlier. I don't know if you were in my stream earlier, but I was like, it doesn't bother me talking about black people having the lowest average IQ score because I'm not a part of that problem. But I said it was but I made the analogy just to like an Asian person coming from the group with the with the average with the lowest average penis size. Like if you're not afflicted with that, it doesn't bother you. Like if you know you're well hung, it doesn't matter if you come from a group that's known for small weenies. because you yourself are packing. So it's like, hey, ain't my problem. That's their problem. That ain't my problem. Same thing with a black person with a high IQ. Like, hey, ain't my problem. That's their problem. But Aries says, yeah, Tom Ginsburg is kind of the goat in judicial review, comparative constitutional law, and constitutional courts analysis. Okay. Uh, Carson says prior to the 1960s, black people were highly educated and entrepreneurial, coming straight out of slavery. Well, yeah, you're referring to during the Reconstruction era. There was a brief period in which black people were blossoming. We had these free towns where people were doing relatively well. You had your first black senator during the Reconstruction era. That all changed. Um, and again, we had more value. Yes, we did put more value on education and discipline back then, especially because we were new to it at the time. So we wanted to experience more of it. Um, and like I said, even when you look at, like I said, sub-Saharan Africans have the lowest IQ score of everywhere in the world, even lower than Black Americans, sitting at an average of 68. But even still, many of them come over here, and they outperform Black people, white people, and Asian people. Like Nigerian Americans are the most successful within the Black community. Um, more successful than FBA, Foundation of Black Americans, and that's partly because of the merit based immigration policies we have in place that typically American immigration picks only the best and the brightest to come from people from other nations unless they're refugees. We normally when we get underperforming groups in America is either because they came here illegally or they came here as refugees. And many conservatives and libertarians say we need to stop taking people from other countries just because they're refugees from war torn societies. We need to start taking them basically only based on merit and wealth. Like you either come here because because you know you're highly educated or you're very wealthy, because that helps our society overall. But when we take in refugees, now there, I wouldn't say we should take zero refugees. I think if we're involved in a country that leads to the the decay of that country, then we should allow those people to come here. That happened. That's why we took in so many Southeast Asian refugees from Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, the Hmong. The Hmong are an ethnic group that's lived in Southeast Asia, but they're actually ethnically Chinese, but they call it the Hmong. The Hmong are sort of like the they're like the Romani people of East Asia. Again, like they're ethnically Chinese, but they've lived mostly in Southeast Asia for a couple of hundred years, so they don't even identify as Chinese, even though ethnically they are Chinese. They're called the Hmong. You may have seen them in uh, that old movie uh, Gran Torino with Clint Eastwood. Those were the actors were Hmong people. Good movie, by the way. Like I said, they did do very well in Reconstruction. Yeah, true. He said Jim Crow came and changed it all, amongst others. Andrew Jackson had a hand in that. But yeah, Carlson says I had dinner tonight with my African homeboy, and he has a PhD. He does work hard. Yeah, like I said, the ones like I said, this is why people shouldn't get mad when they talk about intellectual disparities amongst the different racial groups, because you come from a group known for a low average IQ has doesn't tell you anything about the individual person. Like I said, sub-Saharan Africans have an average IQ of 68, but we've got some, but we have those, but those folks who come here to America are some of the most highly educated and brightest folks I know. Many of them I met in college who are now doctors, engineers, lawyers, run their own businesses. Like they surpassed me. Shane says I agree with the title to your live. Appreciate it. But those the problem is those are individuals. Now, when we're talking about the group and the collective, then we still see those disparities. Like with Black people, we have some of the brightest people in the world who are Black Americans, but we also have an underperforming community. This is why you have so many Black people, particularly Black men, trying to leave the community because they see it as a sinking ship. Like I'm not going to remain bonded to a dysfunctional community just for the sake of racial solidarity. Like it is, and this is the biggest. So this is the biggest argument between the the pro blacks and Pan Africanists on one side, and people like me who are either conservative. I'm not conservative, by the way. I'm a classical liberal, which means I am right winged, but I'm not conservative. Classical liberals are more center of right, but like I said, you have the pro blacks and Pan Africanists on one side, and then you have um, the black men who just want to, who just want to be happy and successful on the other side. And these these people, the pro blackity blacks, the Pan Africanists, the conscious Afrocentric woke folks are saying that, you know, it's our responsibility, the people who made it, who are now educated, got their degrees, became successful, have their own businesses, or doing, earning a higher income, are supposed to come back to the black community and come save it. And it's like, why? Well, because you're black. So they want us to come back to a degenerate community out of racial solidarity. And again, us on this side of this of this of this epistemic divide are saying, no, brother, like if we the way to build the community is by us surviving it and getting away from it and rebuilding from scratch. We're not going to save this community. This They don't even want to be saved. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. Don't save her. That's the black community. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved. That's the black community. So like I said, you got the pro black blacks on the side saying, well, you need to marry a woman with who already has kids, and you need to stay in the black neighborhoods and build it up because you're successful. So I'm supposed to be punished for my success out of racial solidarity. That's irrational. So no, that's not going to happen. And like I said, part of that is due to this intellectual disparity. So the ones who have the cognitive capacity to do well and have the foresight to avoid the trappings that other people have made, like, you know, having a child, having illegitimate children, um, getting locked up, dropping out of school, all these sort of things, all these trappings. Um, we're supposed to save them. No, not at all. Jose Cartel says, "Do you got a white side chick?" What? Shane says, "I think it's a cultural problem. I'd elaborate, but I think you would agree to some extent. Or probably we would just retread what we talked about 2 hours ago, but I'm about to get off." Ari says, "But do you get the initial backlash, right? It's like, how do you explain that to your children? Mind you, feelings don't change the truth, but I guess it does explain the initial reaction at least. Uh, the same way you have to explain a lot of uncomfortable things to a kid. Like in the black community, you have to give your black son the police talk, In no other community do you have to give your son the police talk, where you have to say, okay, son, when you go outside and you police stop you, this is how you talk with them. Like no other group has to do that. So it doesn't matter what people feel. You have to prepare them for success, whether they like the results or not. Again, it comes back to like I was saying, like you can't address a problem if you deny that that very problem exists, right? Um, if you see a community that's underperforming, and then you also realize that they have the lowest average IQ score of every group in America, then you're going to say, well, that's not a coincidence. Now, you could probably quibble over why the disparity exists and how it has led to them underperforming in society, but that link is, but the link is a fact. The intellectual disparity in that group and the fact that they underperform in society, that correlation is a fact. What is a matter of controversy is discovering why that correlation, why there's a strong positive correlation there, right? And again, it, going back to evolutionary psychology admits a lot of uncomfortable truths as well. Like evolutionary psychology tells us that what most people talk about when they talk about grape, SA, I can't, I don't want to keep using that word. So I'll say grape, GRAPE, or SA, is often been said, especially by people on the left, that it's never about sex, it's just about power. No, it's not. That has been a mating strategy in human society since the beginning, usually for less successful males. That has always been a mating strategy. If we go, if any one person goes far enough in their family tree, they will discover that one of their ancestors essayed the other ancestor, and that's why they're here. It was a mating strategy for people who tended to be less successful within the clan, the group, the tribe, or whatever. But to simply deny that fact doesn't doesn't change, that doesn't make it less. To to, to admit that it's a mating strategy doesn't mean that it's not wrong, that it's not morally wrong. It just shows that it's a part of our evolutionary history. You know, Shane says, I blame the crack epidemic that the CIA caused. The crack epidemic caused a lot of generational trauma, and the trauma slows growth. Mm, the generational trauma existed. That now I'm not going to blame the crack. I'm not going to blame the crack epidemic on a generational trauma. Generational trauma is a multifactorial causation. Um, Ari says that quote unquote community thing is weird to a Brazilian. Also, by the way, we just get along as people, I guess. Doesn't mean there's no racism or prejudice, but it means we are tied to a higher compromise being Brasilia. Yeah. Um, it's also funny that in the Brazilian community, you guys have a different concept of blackness than in America than in the United States. So you know historically, out of fear, out of fears of racial parity and all that, um, a white person, they used to say one drop of nigger blood makes you black, which is funny because if you do a genetic testing of a random white person from the American South, they probably have about 5% black black African genes in them. The average South the average white person from particularly from the American South is probably like 5% black. Now I know this. If a redneck was hearing me right now, they'd be ready to come get their tiki torches and burn me at the stake for saying that. But this is something. Yeah, the average Amer- the average white Southerner in America is about 5% black. If you look at their genetic, if they do a DNA test. According to their own racist guidelines, they would be black in the antebellum era. During the antebellum era of the United States, they would be considered black if they could do DNA tests back then and show they were like 5%, like 5% of the DNA was attributed to black African DNA. Now, mind you, that's completely different than in Brazil, where over there, just having a little bit of black in you, pause, but having a little bit of black ancestry doesn't make you black in Brazil. That just makes you, what's it called, kafusa? But to be like black, you gotta be like blackety, blackety, black, 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 right? Or else you just you're kafusa over there, right? I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Ari says, yeah, that's absolutely agree with that. That's absurd. Carlin says, I wish people had high enough IQ not to start wars and create weapons that can destroy the planet. True, but I mean, well, look at it this way: with when it came to the Manhattan Project that led to the creation of the atomic bomb, the atomic bomb stopped World War II, right? Well, a lot of factors went into stopping World War II, but the atom bomb put an end to that when we dropped it. When we dropped it like it was hot on Japan twice, not once but twice, on Nagasaki and Hiroshima. And the atomic bomb led to, well, that's not a, well, whatever, but the fear of of the atomic bombs and the aftermath of it led to the conceptualization of Godzilla and the other kaiju, because like they were even after the drop-ins of the atomic bomb, they further developed into the hydrogen bomb and tested this out in the Pacific Islands. And Godzilla was supposed to be an aftermath of the atomic of the testing of the hydrogen bombs out in the Pacific Islands. I'm thinking with the Atoll Islands and places like that. Anyway, I'm going off a tangent. But yeah, Ari says I'd even go as far as saying it's probably more than 5%, but that's facts. Well, yeah, yeah, it's gonna be more than 5% depending on you know the individuals, of course. It's just like every person who has European ancestry has a little bit of Neanderthal in them. If you have DNA test, they can test that. Like I have it. I'm 1% Neanderthal, almost one. Like, and if I, a person who's completely European is going to have even more than 1%. So, but yeah, like about 1% Neanderthal DNA ancestry in me. It could be a little bit less, a little bit more, but about 1%. I think it was specifically about 0.7, but I'm just going to round it and say 1%. Um, but yeah, I mean, black, and this, to be fair to white Southerners, a lot of them already know this. Even before DNA testing was a big thing, there was always a common saying in the American South, amongst both black people and white people in the South, that excuse me for the excuse me for the crude language, but the saying goes, if you shake that when you talk about a white Southerner, if you shake their family tree long enough, a nigger will fall out. But yeah, so this was common knowledge in the American South even before the advent of DNA testing, that we know through uh, interracial bang bang, and through the SA that went on during slavery, that a lot of white Southerners have at least on average 5% Black African ancestry in them. And again, like you said, some of them are, have more than that. Um, and like I said, because of a lot of the interracial mingling that went on in the American South, this is why my ancestor is Thomas Jefferson. And it's like, I didn't know whether that was true or not. But then when I visit my family in Charlottesville, Virginia, they live literally right next to the Jefferson plantation, to the Jefferson, because his the Jefferson house and library are all still right there from back in the 1700s. And they live right there. They literally live right next to it. I'm like, damn. I was like, I knew we were, we're related to Jefferson, but I didn't know the family still lived right next to the goddamn plantation. Hey, Carter says white folks be having black great great grandfathers as Ronda Rousey and Johnny Depp. I'm not surprised about Johnny Depp is a mixture of stuff. I think he has a little bit of Native American. I think he has some. Uh, I think he has some Native American ancestry, some Black ancestry. I think he has some Italian or Greek ancestry too, something like that. I don't know about Ronda Rousey, but that would explain them little cheeks. I don't like Ronda Rousey as a person, but she can get clapped up. I'll tell you that. She can get clapped up like, you know, she ain't throwing me in no arm bar. I'm gonna put her in the ultimate lean and rest. That's a that's an army. That's an army thing. Joe Kinsey says, I want 5% reparations. Sorry, don't Bobby. I have a messed up sense of IQ, low IQ. No, you definitely sound like someone in the military. It's only a military person would say something silly like that. Oh man. Because I want 5% reparations. Um, if reparations ever comes, like it's gonna be interesting how they dole that out. This is why I think that the U.S. Census is already starting to make delineation a thing. Like you see Black Americans delineating from Black immigrants who come from the Caribbean, who come from continental Africa, who come from Latin America, and I think this is going to be important going forward because certain resources were originally set aside for foundational Black Americans, or what were often called in historical American documents the freedmen. The freedmen referred to the American descendants of slavery. And I think going forward, when you're looking at resources for groups, they're going to take a they're going to start looking at the delineation amongst these groups. Like you already see it, like it's literally already started in California. They've already started doing for California census. Um, when they say black, when they have Black and African now, they break it up into like people who are Black American to people who come from overseas, like Africa, the Caribbean, or Black Hispanics or Latinos. So California being the largest state per capita, what hap- what happens to California is going to be a reflection on the rest of the country. So if California is already starting to do their census data where they can where people within the Black diaspora are delineating, then that's going to start happening across the country. And there's already been talk about that was going to be in the next U.S. Census Bureau. That's not just for in the Black diaspora. That's going to happen in the Asian diaspora too, because a lot of people in the Asian diaspora are sick of being all lumped together too, because they call it now the ANHPI, and Asians are like, no, like you're lumping in all these different groups. You got Asians, Native Hawaiians, Pacific Islanders, and people who are Indians all lumped in together, and they're like, we're not the same people. So even within East Asians, they want to delineate from Southeast Asians, or vice versa. Southeast Asians want to delineate from East Asians. They're like, we're not the same. Like when I mentioned earlier, the Hmong people, like I said, the Hmong people are ethnically Chinese, but they live in Southeast Asian nations. So they consider themselves Southeast Asian nation. They don't want to mark themselves as East Asian. They want to mark themselves as Southeast Asian. So in the census data, you're going to see a lot more delineation amongst these minority groups who were just thrown together for bureaucratic purposes, not reflecting how these people actually feel about their own their own ancestry and lineage. So black people, so you're going to see foundational Black Americans delineating from Black immigrants who come here and take up the resources of Black Americans, but yet try to tell people that they're not, but they never claim they're Black until they need our resources or they come into legal trouble, right? So, when they succeed, oh, we're Jamaican, we're Nigerian. See how we're successful, unlike the native Black people here in America. But then when they get in trouble, man, we all Black. We shouldn't be delineating. Yeah, all right, nigga. So, uh, yeah, okay. Um, Asians, they like they feel betrayed. Like, how is someone from you know how is someone from American Samoa going to be lumped in with someone from South Korea? I don't I don't I don't I don't blame them for wanting to delineate. Like we're not the same people. The Pacific Islanders feel betrayed because they're like, we have our own culture. We're not just Asian. We're Pacific Islanders. And even amongst the Pacific Islanders, there's different Pacific Islander groups, right? Um, so you're gonna see a lot more delineation, and this might also be a confounding variable when it comes to standardized testing as well, because you might be able to make more tease apart more differences in intellectual capacities amongst these subgroups within the larger ethnic group. Just like with Black people, we know there's a difference in IQ between Black Americans and Sub Saharan Africans from which we originally came. Like, we both are the lowest performers on IQ tests, but they perform way lower than we do. Like, we have an IQ of average IQ of 85. There's an average of 68, which would be borderline intellectual functioning. Uh, Moreover, even though they tend to be more successful when it comes to education in America, Black Americans are still more financially successful here than they are. So it has something to do with intellectual capacity. But anyway, Ari says, but my initial point was that the idea of quote unquote communities inside Brazilian society is not prevalent. And yeah, race is a social and local construct. He said, for example, I'm white in Brazil, white in America, as long as nobody hears my accent. LOL, but I'm not white in Germany or Sweden. Yeah. Then you got to forget, whiteness has been a moving target for the past, for at least the past 400 years of American history. White has been a moving target. No, even before then, because whiteness has always, in America, whiteness has always been defined by the absence of being black for the most part. That's why there was the whole one drop rule, that, one drop of Negro blood means you're not white, because whiteness has always been defined by the lack of blackness in America, where that was not the case in Brazil. They had a whole different cultural, you know, setup there, because like I said, you guys have a whole different concept of blackness than we do. Here, you can look like Mariah Carey and you're still considered black. Well, if Mariah Carey came to Brazil, she wouldn't be considered black. At best, I think she would be considered Kafusa, right? Like, um, but America, whiteness was always defined by the absence of being black or brown. And like I said, the irony is that most white people in the American South are at least 5%, you know, have 5% of their DNA that corresponds to black ancestry. Um, but whiteness has changed in America. There are a lot of groups that are now considered white in America that weren't white 100 years ago. Jewish people weren't white 100 years ago. Italians weren't white 100 years ago. Um, shit, Irish weren't. Irish are as white can be, but they weren't considered white here. They, they used to have signs that said no, no Irish, no niggers, and no dogs. But you will see a dog still in the place. So that was real. And then, like I said, if you go way back into antiquity and into European antiquity, to the Greeks and Romans, if you didn't come from a Greek city state, you weren't white. Even though Greeks aren't even white to us, they're olive complexioned. But for the ancient Greeks, if you weren't from a Greek city state, if you weren't from Athens, if you weren't from Athens, Thebes, or Sparta, or one of the few other city states, you weren't white. Even if you came from the north, even if you came from the north, like from the British Isles or from the Germanic tribes, they were considered barbarians. They weren't considered white. They were called barbarians. They weren't considered white. Same thing with the Romans. If you came from outside of the Roman Empire, you weren't white. So whiteness has always been a moving target. But getting back to IQ and intelligence and all that. So again, I just want to reiterate this. So IQ is not a not just a social construct. It re, it uh, is a measurable and definable trait that correlates to general intelligence. General intelligence is basically defined as uh, abstract reasoning and problem solving ability, whereas intelligence with a capital I and uh, is more broad than just general intelligence. Is also it, the reason why there's no definition of intelligence with a capital I is that no one can really agree on it. The most that all the experts can agree on it is that it involves basically our adaptation to being able to um, basically our adaptation to survive in our environment. That's as that's about as specific as anyone wants to get when it comes to intelligence because no one can really agree on it. Whereas general intelligence is a strictly defined and quantifiable trait that can be measured through IQ tests. And there are disparities in IQ amongst different racial groups, just like there's intellectual disparities amongst different dog breeds. Despite the divergence in the looks in different breeds of dog, they all come from the same species, and that species have all evolved from only like two wolves that became domesticated dogs. But yet again, we see a difference in those breeds of dog, even though they're all one species. We know that Saint the German Shepherds and Saint Bernards are some of the brightest of dogs, whereas poodles and Shih Tzus are some of the dumbest. That doesn't mean that they're less of an animal because they're dumber. It just means that we can't use them for other purposes besides just being pets. Whereas German Shepherds can be used to be uh, assistance to for law enforcement, military, and as rescue animals. Likewise, with Saint Bernards, they can be used as rescue animals. Most of us have the common, well, if you, older people usually have the older concept of the Saint Bernard with the little uh, flask or barrel around his neck for like I guess I guess it was like brandy or rum or something to warm up the person that they rescue in the Swiss Alps or whatever. But that's because they're very bright animals. So are sheepdogs. Sheepdogs are known for being very bright. That's why they're used to help herd the sheep. You can't do that with a poodle because poodles are too stupid. They'll just jump around and act all dumb and frenetic. No. So there are different intellectual capacities in humans. That doesn't mean that one group is better than another group just because of those intellectual capacities being greater or lesser. It just means there's variation in human traits, right? And it would be just as unfair to judge an individual by his group or her group because of those variations, because there's always greater variation within a group than between groups. So knowing something about the group does not tell you anything in particular about the individual within that group, except that he's part of that group. So just like you can't assume that just because someone comes from a group that has the lowest IQ that they themselves are stupid, you can't judge a person who comes from a group that has the smallest dick size and say, oh, he must have a small dick. Because otherwise, Koreans and Filipinos will be going through it. Because they come from the groups that have the smallest dick size. But that doesn't tell you anything about them. For all you know, for all you know, uh, Jay Quan, same side. But yeah, JT Quan might be packing like a motherfucker. Pause. But hey, he might be throwing it up and by the way, I made the name up. I should say JT Kim. But yeah, JT. But I didn't want to say that because that's the That's the name of the guy who used to run Kim's Karate, and I used to go there. So out of respect for him, I'm not going to say that. I'm just going to say JT Kwan. So for all I know, JT Kwan is packing and is hitting up, you know, what's her name, the stallion, like it ain't nothing, just throwing it, making her throw it back. I don't know. Meanwhile, Tiberius from Compton ain't doing nothing. He got to use a when he's with a woman, he better have a lot of money because he's like, but JT Kwan, who came over from Seoul, packing, just beating up the guts. I'm just saying. So don't judge the individual by their group, but we still need to acknowledge that the average IQ of groups does affect their relative success in society. It is a factor in the conversation that too many people ignore because it's not polite to talk about. Uh, um, Ari says, and you were a point about how Brazilian people see blackness. Yeah, I've trust me, I've done my my looks into that. I was gonna say research, but that sounds so lame to say. I did my research. Carlton says many say that Abraham Lincoln had black ancestry. I've heard that. Uh, wasn't he born in? I can't remember. Was it? He lived in Illinois, but I think he was born in like Tennessee or I don't know. So if he came from the American South, it is possible. Who knows? People say that because of his ungainly appearance, but I think his ungainly appearance just came from the fact that he. It was rumored that he had Klinefelter syndrome, but of course back then you wouldn't have been able to. Doctors wouldn't have been able to diagnose it with diagnose him with Klinefelter syndrome. But a lot of doctors today, looking at him in hindsight, believe that his particular why he looked the way he looked was because he was afflicted with Klinefelter syndrome. By the way, uh, Abraham being our greatest, well, some people say George Washington, a lot of people say Abraham Lincoln is our greatest American president, whichever one you want to fall on. If you want to call him our greatest American president, he also was a pretty good wrestler, and I think I forgot he actually invented one of the moves used in American folk style wrestling. I can't remember which move it was. It was either the body slam or one of them. I don't think it was the body slam. It was something else, but he was like a champion wrestler and he apparently invented a wrestling move. It should have been called the Lincoln though, for real, for real. Yeah, he might have some black ancestry. I don't know. It's hard to say with those folks back then because since they were outside so much, they were tanned. So I don't know. I remember this one white lady I saw when I was living on the eastern shore of Maryland, and she was looking at me, and I was like, "Yeah." I was like, I forgot what I said, but she's like, "Boy, please." She's like, "I get your color, when it get, when I'm in the sun." I wanted to follow up with that, like, "Oh yeah, I want to see that." But yeah, she was like, "I get your color when I'm in the sun." I'm pretty sure she has some black ancestry in her. If not, I could have put some black ancestry in her, but whatever. I'll be I'll be calling it a day with that one. Carmen says, "Oh yeah, Asians do get lumped in together too." Yeah. And the problem is they're not even all Asians. Like there are people who aren't even Asians. Like you have Asians, you have East Asians being lumped in with Indians who technically are Asians but don't consider themselves Asians, and East Asians don't consider Indians Asians. So you got Indians, you got East Asians, you got Southeast Asians who look who typically are different than East Asians. Then you have people who aren't even East Asian or South Asian; they're Pacific Islanders. Then you have um, Native Hawaiians who consider themselves a little bit differently than other Pacific Island groups, and yeah, it's just a mess. So they need to let them delineate because you like they folded in four different groups that aren't even ethnically the same. Like at least with the black diaspora, it makes more sense because all of these people, uh, black Africans, black Americans, and black Caribbeans and Afro Latinos don't look that like superficially don't look that far apart. Their differences are mostly cultural, although there are lineage differences as well. There are lineage differences, but the differences in lineage aren't as great as between, like I said, someone from South Korea and someone who's Samoan. This is, by the way, perhaps you just jumped on to a crucial point on the African problem. The whole continent was divided into countries by foreigners, which led to artificial divisions, caused wars and instability. Mm, it did, but there was wars and instability going on before the European conquest. That's another thing that they don't want to admit is that the African slave trade was going on long before Europe came there. The only thing that happened when the Europeans stepped on board was like, hey, we want to take part in this market too. So they started buying up the Africans slaves that they were already doing. They were already making conquest on each other and enslaving each other and selling them off to other people. The Arab slave trade was going on before the European slave trade. And after European slave trade ended, the Arabic slave trade went on literally until the 21st century. Mauritania was it? Yeah, yeah. Mauritania didn't criminalize like they didn't criminalize uh, slavery until I believe 2015. 2015. Like on the books, they made it illegal in 2003, but they didn't criminalize it till 2015. 2015. 2015. On top of that, most of the illegal slave trade in the world is still going on. Guess where? In Africa and in parts of East Asia and Central and Latin America. But the biggest places where where slavery is still going on is where it's been always going on since the beginning of humanity in Africa and in the Middle East. So they always want to act like colonialism caused the deconstruction of Africa. When you actually look at the history and the statistics, violence went down during the colonial era of Africa because they were forced to get along by their colonial overlords. They were forced to get along. But again, that's something that's not something that's well talked about. The slave trade in the intercontinental slave trade in Africa was going on before the Europeans arrived. They were selling themselves to other Africans and they were selling them to the to the Arabs. On top of that, there were Africans enslaving Europeans in Africa. It was called the Barbary slave trade. The Barbary slave trade ended up in more Europeans being enslaved than the black people tra- to sent to America through the transatlantic slave trade. But again, these are uncomfortable facts that people don't want to bring up because it it destroys a certain political narrative. I Since I'm a nerd and I'm pedantic, I always prefer my statements to be true than just for them to fit a political narrative. But yes, there was a lot of there was a lot of destruction that happened during the European conquest of Africa, and how they divided up the country. However, when you look at it, as mean as it is to say, a lot of the a lot of the tri- a lot of the tribal warfare that went on was reduced during the colonial era of Africa. Carlin says those Pacific Islanders be looking more like brothers than South Koreans. Yeah, because well, that's for a reason. Because a lot of the Pacific Islanders, when you trace their genetic lineage, they have a more direct route from Africa than East Asians. Uh, Now, Southeast Asians have more connection to us than East Asians, because East Asians, the the route their ancestors came was through the Central Asian steppes. Um, where Southeast Asians were a combination of the people that came through the Central Asian steppes and the people who came through South Asia, who themselves had directly came from Africa. Those Pacific Islanders were the same people who came out of South Asia and Africa, and that's why they look more like brothers. As a matter of fact, there were black people in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands called Negritos. They call it, Negritos in the Philippines, or no, well, the Aita. There was three waves of Negrito groups that came to uh, the Philippines: the Northern Aita, the Southern Aita, and the Acta. These were Asian people who made their way to the Philippines through South Asia and then made their way into Southeast Asia. So you see some of them in the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia. And then you have the ones that are really dark, the Melanesians, but they have a very unique genetics. Like they'll be darker than me, but with blonde hair and blue eyes. Genetics is a hell of a thing, man. Population genetics. Colloy says wisdom is more important than intelligence. If that's tr- if that's wisdom is just applied, wisdom is applied knowledge. You cannot acquire that knowledge without having a modicum of above average intelligence. So that doesn't make sense. Wisdom is applied knowledge, and you can only acquire the knowledge if you actually have the intelligence to acquire it in the first place. For instance, the average IQ of a high school graduate is 103. The average IQ of a college graduate is 112, and that's actually gone down in the past 25 years because it used to be 120, with the average IQ of a graduate student being 130. So to apply the knowledge, ergo wisdom, you have to acquire the knowledge in the first place. And you can't acquire the knowledge unless you have the cognitive ability to do so. There's no such you're not in other words, you're not going to have someone who's uh, suffering from below average I, yeah, I'm just gonna call it suffering because that's what it is. Especially in today's technocratic age, if you're suffering from below average intelligence, you're not going to have wisdom unless you're stretching the definition of wisdom. If you're going to stretch the definition of wisdom, then we're not even talking about the same thing. So wisdom is applied knowledge, and to get that knowledge, you need to be intelligent enough to be able to go through formal schooling, which means you have to have a modicum of general intelligence, which is the ability to do abstract reasoning and problem solving, which is required in academics. Whereas holistic reasoning is the sort of thing you would do in a non-Western pre-modern society. Holistic reasoning would be more favored there. But as society has gotten more technologically advanced, that uh, that involves people needing the ability to be able to think abstractly and problem solve, we're going to see it has led to a cognitive elite. This is why the most successful people in society now aren't just a bunch of wealthy nitwits. They're the people who are creating products and services that are highly sophisticated in like Silicon Valley and so forth. The the most successful society the most successful people in society will be the cognitive elite. And if you have certain groups of people who underperform in that intellectual space, they're going to be left as a permanent underclass, and that's why this is important. Harry says a very bold statement of dog breeds, human races comparison. Well, I was making a comparison because I was saying it's already understood amongst dog lovers that different dog breeds have different intellectual differences. And that's despite the fact that all dog breeds are of one species, the domesticated dog. And that domesticated dog itself only evolved from two species of wolf. Whereas the human races are aren't different biological races. They're different populations within the human race, right? And those different populations are going to differ in many traits, just like just like different groups of people differ in things like height and weight. They're going to also differ in psychological traits as well, like personality and IQ. Like getting back to the Pacific Islanders, they tend to have some of the biggest bone density, which is why they are they are heftier people. The women are kind of thicker, which what I'm saying. A lot of guys might like that. Throw it back on Moana. You know what I'm saying? Moana might, but yeah, Moana might have that yammy that them yams, and meanwhile, you know, Dwayne the Rock Johnson, and like every like all these Samoan kids are built like Dwayne the Rock Johnson. Like you think he's on the high school football team? He's only like 10 years old. But yeah, I mean, just like there's physical, just like there's going to be physical traits that differ amongst um, different racial populations. There's going to be uh, different behavioral traits that differ within different racial populations, and it's just funny that people are willing to accept one while denying the other. So yeah. Aries says, like I told you, I don't know anything about psychology. I do love what we call xenophilia, though don't know the word in English. The study of dogs, genetics, and characters. The thing is the okay. Aries says dogs are not rational. There's pretty much a consensus that the idea of intelligence doesn't apply to dogs. They act based on drives, genetic predisposition, and external influence. Well, I hate to tell it to you, but people can say the same thing about humans that they act on drives and genetic predispositions and external influences. Just again, that was pretty much what behaviorists believed. Behavior, the behaviors, especially radical behaviors of the early 20th century, didn't believe that we could that we could describe, we could study or describe our behavior based on internal architecture in the mind, cognitive architecture, innate structures. They believed everything was a matter of uh, external behavior and output, or the disposition to that external behavior. And when I'm saying intelligence, I'm saying intelligence ref, uh, respective to dog intelligence, not human intelligence. I'm not ascribing human intelligence to dogs. I'm saying the relative intelligence of dogs. Dogs are capable of quite intelligent behavior. Arguably, I've seen dogs smarter than some people. Again, you can train dogs to assist police officers and military troops. You can also You can also train them as rescue animals. You can train them as support animals for people who suffer from different disabilities. That's quite intelligent behavior for an animal. There have been dogs. There's a whole statue of a dog in Tokyo and Shibuya that waited for his master that never came. I think that's where they got that episode in Futurama for people who ever watch Futurama. One of the saddest episodes I've ever seen. That one of the saddest cartoon episodes I've ever seen in my life was seeing that dog wait his entire life for his master to return. But there has been cases of dogs that were left behind in an entire different city or state and still found their way back home, despite they never done this before. Like they found their way back home from an entire different city or state. So if you were trying to leave that dog, well, woe is you. Old Yeller found his way back. But yes, there's been dogs that have been able to find their way back home from like an entire different city. So I would I would arguably say that yes, dogs are quite intelligent. um, for dogs, like we're not like obviously we're not comparing a dog to a theoretical physicist, but dogs can be quite intelligent. Like I said, you look at a Saint Bernard, a German Shepherd, a sheepdog. These are very intelligent animals that can be trained to do very useful things to help their human owners. Whereas animals like a Shih Tzu or a poodle or a Chihuahua are dumb as bricks. These are hence the comparison to human beings seems weird to me, even though I'm not familiar with psychology. Because I think you got just a little too caught up in the comparison. It was supposed to be just a rough analogy saying that just like there's variance in dog intelligence, there's variance in human intelligence. That was the analogy I was trying to make. There's a variance in dog intelligence based on breeds, just like there's a variance in human intelligence based on different human populations. Carlos says LeBron James kind of looks like Abraham Lincoln to me, to be honest. That's probably the beard. Carlin says black folks have been fighting way before the white man showed up in Africa. Yeah, we've been doing each other dirty way before white men came to lay the blame on them. And then even after the white, and then even when the transatlantic slave trade was made illegal, they still kept selling slaves to other Africans and to Arabs. So that's why I was like, I don't like, Thomas Sowell's talk about that. That's why it's like we can't, we gotta stop that whole narrative of that everything, everything was nice and sweet before the white men came. The whole noble savage myth, like everything was sweet in the darkest of Africa before the Europeans came. Again, the Europeans didn't force them to do slavery. They came and discovered the slavery market already going on and said, we want a taste of this too. And because they paid so well, the Africans actually ramped up the slavery just for the purposes of selling them to the Europeans. Again, it wasn't the Europeans going out into the recesses of Africa and capturing and trafficking these people. It was the Africans themselves, and they were willingly doing it because they were already doing it before the white men came. So it was like, oh, bet y'all want, oh y'all want to get up on this? All right, bet. Alpine says America ended slavery and we gave you a better life. Uh, mm, you ended the Americans ended the transatlantic slave trade. They didn't end slavery. First of all, the British ended slavery. The British stopped the transatlantic slave trade before the Americans did. And then the Americans stopped it from coming to our coast. But it was still going to Latin America because, like our friend Eric can tell you, Brazil still had slavery going on into the late 1800s. I think Brazil was the last, if I'm not mistaken, Ari. I think Brazil was actually the last country in the Americas to end slavery, which is why there's more black people in Brazil than anywhere else in the world other than continental Africa. Brazil has the highest amount of black people per capita than any other place in the world other than Africa itself. But but Alpine is just some little autistic troll, so I'm gonna ignore everything else he said afterwards. Anyway, Aries says about the African slave trade. Absolutely agree with the facts. However, slavery happened in Europe as well as wars. Difference was, in my opinion, that European countries were self-established. Exactly. Then that's the other thing people miss too, Aries, that slavery was going on amongst Europeans before they enslaved Africans. Literally, the term slave comes from the Slavs. The Slavs were the Slavs were the niggas of Europe before anyone else. Matter of fact, I also mentioned in a previous live stream that all these pan national movements like Pan Africanism, Pan Asianism, Pan Pan Latino, and all this stuff is the irony is that all these pan national movements, they're supposed to like make people, they're supposed to foster racial solidarity, came out of Europe because the people who started these pan national movements were people who were educated in Europe, because the first pan national movement was the pan Slavic movement, started because the Slavic people had a large diaspora across Europe because they were because of slavery and war. So it was the it was the it was they who started the Pan Slavic movement, which was the inspiration to Pan Asianism and Pan Africanism and Pan Hispanicism and all that other sort of stuff. Yeah, history is messy. Carden says in Moana 2, the animated movie, at the end of the film, some Africans showed up on ships. The two groups just stared at each other in amazement. I haven't watched part two just because I didn't. I've heard it wasn't as good as the first one. Because I like the first one, and sometimes when if you see a bad sequel, it will ruin the first movie for you. That's why I didn't go see the second Joker movie because I knew that the second Joker movie would ruin the first movie for me, especially knowing, spoiler alert, in the second movie is admitted that he's not the real Joker, which makes the whole first movie irrelevant if he's not even the real Joker. You don't find out to the very end when he's shot that he's killed at the end, and I think is allegedly the person who kills him is supposed to be the real Joker, but he's not even the real Joker at the end of the second movie. So it's like I'm glad I didn't watch it because it would have ruined the first movie for me because the first movie was really good. But some sequels are so bad that they ruined the first movie for you. So I didn't want to take a risk of watching Moana 2 and it ruined the first movie, which is sort of like the first movie is like a classic. Aries says we like him thick over here too. Oh, what? Trust me, every black man knows about Brazil. Every black man has had fantasies of going to Brazil, or they did go to Brazil. My friends went. They went without me, but to be fair, at the time that wasn't when I was talking. I wasn't um, talking to them. If I was, they probably would have asked me to go with them. But look, ever since that Snoop Dogg video, and let's and I'm going to be I'm gonna keep it a buck here. There's a lot of uh, black adult entertainment corn that has Brazilian corn stars. So ever since the late '90s, early 2000s, when brothers saw these Brazilian corn stars, and then they lead us saw that Snoop Dogg music video, every black person I knew back in the early 2000s wanted to go to Brazil. We all know about the Brazilian women. Trust me, we all know. Even the white men know. They know too. Thanks, Carter, for holding me down with the trolls. Uh, 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 uh. Willie Wallace guy says there's still slavery going on. Yeah, I mentioned that probably 15 minutes ago. I said, and there's still slavery going on. I was like, even after the transatlantic slave trade stopped, there was still the Barbary slave trade, there was still the Arab slave trade. And like I said, up until about 2015, it wasn't until 2015 that Mauritania criminalized slavery in 2015. And even with that, there's still an illegal slave trade going on in Africa and the Middle East now. There's still. And guess who's involved with that? Some of these very terrorists that people want to defend, saying, oh, that's racist, talk about these Muslims, blah, 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 blah. A lot of these terrorist groups involved in Africa and the Middle East are still enslaving black Africans. So, yeah. Ari said, gotta go get my daughter's breakfast ready and wake up her for school. Yeah, man, it's late as I don't know what. I was about to cuss. Let me stop cussing. Nice talking to you as always. I'll look into that book you told me about. Be well. Thanks. And I saved the thing you told me about as well. Except, yep, we were the last to abolish slavery. Uh, Willie Wallace guy says there are more slaves in the world now than ever before. I don't know that for a fact for stats. And then when we talk about there are more slaves in the world than ever before, that's okay. Let's assume that's actually true. We don't know if that's true in relative numbers or in absolute numbers. I, I would say if I were to speculate, and that's not something that I like to do, I would say if there are more slaves in the world than ever before, that's in I would say that's only in I would say that's only in absolute numbers, not in relative numbers. Slavery was more common in the past than it was today. There's still slavery going on now, but it's everywhere that it's going on is illegal, meaning less, it's it's not advantageous to do. Whereas slavery was the human condition throughout most of human civilization. So in absolute numbers, it was smaller amounts in the past, but in relative numbers, it was much larger, and that's what's more important. So, in other words, if you have 1 million people and 10 of them are enslaved, that's bad, but that's not a lot of people. But if you only have 1,000 people and 10 of them are enslaved, that's that's very bad, right? So when people talk about more than this and less than that, we need to keep in mind relative numbers versus absolute numbers, because a lot of people get that confused, and it shows a bit of mathematical illiteracy on their part. Slavery was much worse in the past than it was today. Does it still go on? Absolutely so. But it goes on illegally today, which means it's less common. I mean, there's slavery going on right now with Chinese people going into. So this has been a common thing going on. I love Thailand, by the way. Shout out to Thailand. I know I have a Thai viewer. I don't know if she ever watches, but I do have a Thai subscriber, at least one, if not more than one. So I'm not dissing Thailand or Southeast Asia, but there is an ongoing scam that has stopped a lot of uh, Chinese tourists from coming to Thailand because they were trafficking Chinese tourists in Thailand. Now, I want to be clear, it's not the Thais doing it themselves. What's happening is there is a, a Chinese triad involved in this that are scam. Once these Chinese tourists come to Thailand, that are scamming these people, and then they traffic these people and force them to work for them in I believe Burma, in like Burma or Cambodia, something like that. So yes, there's still slavery going on in almost every part of the world, but it's less common today. So yeah, even if there's more slaves in the world than ever before, in absolute numbers, in relative numbers, it's much less than it was in the ancient world, or even in the early modern world prior to the 1800s. Oh, Shane says hello from the Philippines. By the way, I'm American. I just live here in the Philippines. That's what's up. Um, Philippines is like my second home. My wife is Filipino, so Carlton says Obama helped with keeping slavery popping in Libya. Oh, don't even get me started. That would be a discussion for another day. But I gotta be I gotta be out. It's way too late. Ah, damn! I was supposed to do my second run again. At least I got my first run in, but I want to do my secondary runs. I got to do a secondary run tomorrow because they're gonna be that gobble gobble gobble. So anyway, if you guys have any more questions or comments, keep it going in the comments section. We can talk more about why a lot of black problems are caused by intellectual disparity. He said, "Filipino wife, I'm scared for you." Haha. What are you talking about? Filipino women are it depends. Filipino women can be the sweetest people in the world. Do they can they have an attitude? Yes. But the difference is when Filipino women are mad at you, they don't bite your head off. They give you tampo. People, so you know what tampo is when they just want to be tampo is when they just won't talk to you. I know when my wife is mad at me, I know what to do with her to to get her to talk to me. I feed her. That's not a sexual thing, by the way. I mean, I know feeding her will kind of help things a bit when she's mad. So yeah. Anyway, um, I'm out. Carl says, "Good night, brother. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. I'll be hitting the gym before I pack on some calories. I'll be hitting I'll be hitting the pavement. I should go to the gym too, though. We'll see because they have Planet Fitness has less that their hours are their hours change on the holidays, and everyone and their cousins going to be in there on Thanksgiving afternoon. He said, "My girlfriend in the Philippines attacked me with a knife, but she was a Manila Filipina. Province Filipinos are nicer." I disagree, but we'll have to save that conversation for another day. Please come back if you can, and we'll have that discussion. But all right, guys, I'm out. Peace.